That's motherfucking right. It's the News Underground. Yes! That's right, bitch. That's right, bitch. It's a motherfucking News Underground, bitch. Realest motherfucking news show on Twitch, bitch. You found real news. Borderline feline. Motherfucking News Underground. Some motherfucking News Underground. That's right. That's right. That's right. You want real news? You found it. You want that real news? You found it. Now what the fuck you gonna do about it? That's right, folks. That's right, folks. You wanted real news. You wanted real news. Well, guess what? You fucking found it. And you know what they say. Be careful what you wish for. You start peeling back the onion of this world and you see that it is quite rotten underneath. But not completely. You see the real tragedy is that when you start to see the rot, you also start to see the potential, the beauty, the loss, what could have been. When it comes to you, and you're like, we can do better. We absolutely can do better. In fact, for the survival of our species and the progressive cause in general, we need to do better. He wants to annex Gaza. I've been saying it since before October 7th. And I'm the only motherfucker with the balls to say it.
With the anti-Semitic remarks.
Okay? His actions are concrete and clear. We're talking about Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir, of course. I was thinking I recognize you. Oh, do you? If you do, please don't use my real name. I'd appreciate that. Oh, hey, can I dox you? They're starting to, and I got some evidence here. Piers Morgan coming to terms with the reality of the situation. So, borderline feline, look forward to that. Speaking of, not IRL. Oh, okay. But yeah, speaking of the news here, the various subjects that we're going to be getting to are world news, Gaza, Palestine news. We're going to get that knocked out kind of in the middle of the stream. We're going to do a massive U.S. portion covering Trump and many other aspects. And then we're also going to be covering Ukraine probably for about 2 hours. We have a lot of news. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, keep fucking crying about it. You think I give a shit? What do you want, a fucking cookie? You want a back rub? You want a motherfucking hug? What the fuck is wrong with you? You think I give a shit? Welcome back, Woke Patriot, and also welcome back, Borderline Feline. Right on the edge. Zay's stream. Oh my god. People know each other. I don't do Twitch. I don't do Twitch, so I don't know what's going on in this fucking website. I see a couple of the political commentators, and that's about it. I just gave myself brain freeze over here. I literally just had like brain freeze. Okay, it's gone. All right. Want to start with the hottest news here. We're going to go with world news right off the bat. Iran's Revolutionary Guards reportedly killed in an airstrike in Damascus. So we're seeing this regional war break out even more. And, you know, I don't know what Iran's end game is here, because you know, you can only poke the beast so much. The United States public doesn't care that much if we seriously invade Iran. Like, we don't need to do it, right? We'll do it through a proxy, Israel. Maybe that's what the slavish devotion is. It's like, no, it's really happening. We got to pretend like, you know, we're not okay with this, but we're going to let it happen. About a war with Iran? I mean, yeah, we really did give a shit about Iraq and Afghanistan for about 2 years, and then we let the U.S. kind of do what it wants with Afghanistan for the next 18 years, and we're actually still in Iraq. So no, the American public, oh, they care so much about our foreign entanglements. New Afghanistan just dropped. Yo! It's actually part of the Trilateral Commission's game plan. If you want to look that up, blow the dust off that document. That's way back with Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, their master plan. The Trilateral Commission. There's a bunch of other fucking ghoulish sons of bitches. Mainly neocons, like Bush-era guys. Basically the guys that are like, I wish we had the old Republican Party. We dipped too far into fascism and we can't control ourselves. Yeah, we got Pakistan involved in this as well. I'll be going through the global conflict tracker here, just, you know, just to run down the list of what's actually happening here, critical and significant in terms of impact on the U.S. And this is not, I think it's smart to do impact on the U.S. because, like it or not, the United States has its greasy little fingers in almost everything. And the United States also has the power uniquely. You know, this is not written in law. This isn't on paper anywhere. But the United States has the unique ability to meddle in foreign countries and not receive any or very little backlash. You know? Oh, boy. Took full advantage of that 9/11 situations. What were you saying? Open your ears, honey. What, you want me to repeat myself? This is a goddamn news show, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're over here. Yeah, the teacher, slow down. Repeat what you said, professor. Yeah, right. Like I'm a professor or a teacher. But you know what I mean. The arrogance of this one. The arrogance. All right, but let's get into the Iranian news here.
High-ranking members of Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard have reportedly been killed in a suspected Israeli airstrike in Syria. Iranian and Syrian state media say a commander and one of his deputies died in the strike, as well as 2 more members of the force. It hit a building in the capital, Damascus. Rescuers are still searching for people trapped inside the rubble. Regional tensions are escalating as Israel continues its war on Hamas in response to the October 7th terror attacks.
Still
Let's get
framing
more on
it as
this
a war
now from
against
DW
Hamas.
special correspondent Ibrahim in Jerusalem.
I don't know, guys. Does this? Sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing. Does this look like a war against Hamas to you? I don't know. You tell me. Does this look like a war against Hamas to you? Wow. Every single residential building, huh? Over 90% of the buildings in the Gaza Strip, northern Gaza Strip, have been damaged in some way. And of course, they're starting to move into the south with this similar campaign. Yeah, guys, Hamas. Going after Hamas. Welcome back to the stream. It's your boy, Lenny. Everyone, make sure you do yourself a big favor and like and subscribe to your boy, Lenny, over there, starting off his streaming career. Sure, he's already has more subscribers than me. But make sure you check Lenny's stuff out, folks. He's all the way south of Boston. Let's get back to it. They were owned by John Hamas, actually. It's a war against Hamas. It just happens to include everyone else, too. Yeah, whoopsie daisies. It's the most moral army on planet Earth, guys. I mean, they used to, back in the day, they used to, like dig a big pit, shoot everybody in it. Now they just drop a 7,000-pound bomb and, there you go. It's all done. It's all one and done, right? Because they're already buried. There you go, dog. All Hamas members. Come on. Just round it up. Doctor on Twitter, she put a photo up saying genocide is not self-defense. How dare she? Well, clearly an anti-Semite.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Absolutely sick of it. Sick of the abuse against Jewish people. I mean, the fact is, though, is that there is anti-Semitism. I mean, and this disingenuous use, this weaponization of of anti-Semitism is actually doing a disservice to the real, legitimate anti-Semitism that exists. And you don't think anti-Semitism exists? Just take one look at one of Israel's loudest supporters, the GOP. We got Charlie Kirk over here on MLK Day doing a whole campaign about how MLK was the real racist, starting that process of recontextualizing the entire concept of racism throughout history. So it's very interesting, and of course, Kanye West and Charlie Kirk, they're all anti-Semites. Okay, I was talking about. I'm mixing up racism with anti-Semitism, but I assure you, Charlie Kirk is actually very anti-Semitic as well, hanging out with the likes of Richard Spencer and many other prominent white supremacists. I assure you, Charlie Kirk is. It's interesting. It's interesting to see him, very cynically supporting Israel while hanging out with some of the most vicious anti-Jewish human beings on planet Earth. Like I said, Richard Spencer there.
On this now from DW Special Correspondent Aya Ibrahim in Jerusalem.
Aya,
can you confirm this was an Israeli attack?
Welcome back, Al Rakabi.
No, we can't confirm that because there has not yet been any comment from Israel regarding that airstrike. That's not unusual for strikes believed to have Israel behind them. In the region earlier this month, an alleged Israeli drone strike killed a senior Hamas advisor in Beirut. The Israelis never confirmed nor denied or taken any responsibility for it, although it is widely believed that it was an Israeli attack. So it's not unusual not to have comment so soon after a strike or to never get comment at all. This information
slipped on a banana peel.
About the strike has been announced on Iranian state media. That's according to the Reuters news agency.
And what do you know about the people who were targeted?
We know, again, according to Iranian state media, that these were 4 Revolutionary Guard advisors, military advisors that were in Damascus advising the government of President Bashar al-Assad, who is closely allied with Iran, one of the few strong backers of the Syrian regime internationally. And there are also reports that a 5th person has been killed, although the nationality and the details of that 5th person are unclear.
And I understand all the caveats about Israel acknowledging or denying the strikes, but is it unusual for Israel to actually strike targets in Syria?
No, this is a long followed Israeli strategy, bombing Iranian targets in Syria, and these strikes have become deadlier since the October 7th terror attacks in December of last year. 2 Guard members were killed by an Israeli strike in Damascus.
Okay, DW Special Correspondent Ibrahim in Jerusalem. Thanks so much.
So yeah, I'm no fan of Iran or the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. This is probably an analysis of the, the current state of the war and the expansion. Yeah, Middle East analysis. We should probably watch this. So I'm no real fan of Iran and these, and these guys. But at the same time, am I really just supposed to ignore the extreme antagonism of the United States against Iran? And it just seems like neither side is willing to compromise in the least. But actually no, I take that back. I mean, we did have that really great deal worked out with Barack Obama on Iran that, of course, Trump proudly threw in the trash for political reasons, just so he can make himself look good. Oh, that was an Obama thing. I threw it away. It was really bad. We're going to do another one. We're going to do a Trump version. And then he just doesn't fucking... It's just, we're going to do a better one. We're going to do a better one. It's okay. Whatever. Stop the steal. So, I mean, it's... At the same time, you got Hezbollah over here. You got Iran giving every second string terrorist group some weapons so that, as long as they hate the West. I don't know, man. But it's like, would they stop? Would the United States stop its antagonism against Iran if Iran stopped doing all this? I think that's a really honest question to be asking ourselves, that, if Iran wasn't running around supporting Hamas, supporting Hezbollah, seeding, like I said, seeding all these weapons and intelligence and all this other stuff, to the enemies of the West. I don't know. What are they supposed to do, though? What are you supposed to do when the West hates you and is like, you just got done reversing basically a coup attempt on your country by the West that, it caused, total chaos in your country with the Shah, right? So you just get over that. You install a theocracy. That's great. So now you got to deal with a theocracy that doesn't really respect democracy anymore. I don't know. And then, so like, it's just like, I'm not trying to pick a side here. I'm just saying, this is just yet another super gray, like, I'm sure there's a lot of idiot lefty streamers that are just like, oh, well, they're defending themselves against the West. And it's like, well, do we have to help Hamas to do that? Is that really the only way to help the effort to push back against the West, is to help, like, one of the worst groups of people on planet Earth? They really are something else. Total, utter scumbags. Hamas, the worst. Problem was funding terror groups like Pakistan, funding the Taliban, and now America saved them from the Taliban they funded. Well, I think the Taliban basically won, wouldn't you say, Flat Earth? Maybe if Iran started releasing all their political prisoners, had the balls to hold a real election, I would talk less shit about them. I mean, that's the thing, right? I'm not going to sit here and defend a theocracy that hangs gay people and if records it, drops them off buildings, and thinks it's, that's how you handle the situation. Despicable, and I'm against theocracies regardless of, Christian, Muslim, Islam, all of it. I'd probably have a problem with Tibet. Tibet's government, which is heavily based off of, isn't it Buddhism? I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. All of it's wackadoodle. We need liberty. We need democracy. We need equity. We need equality. People need to be left alone to worship and love how they wish, as long as it's within the bounds of reason. Of course, how do we set those bounds of reason? Democracy, you know it. All right, let's get this Middle East analysis from some guy. I don't know.
And for more on this, we're joined now by Middle East analyst Daniel Gerlach,
it's not good versus bad. This isn't a Disney movie.
Zenith, of which he is the editor-in-chief, and it's specialized on the Arab and Islamic world. What were Iran's Revolutionary Guards doing in Syria in the first place?
Flat Earth. Are you honestly saying that the Taliban needed Pakistan to do what it did? That had Pakistan not supported the Taliban, they wouldn't have been able to re-secure Afghanistan in 14 hours? Really? Kind of given a big pass to the massive, massive failure of the United States effort to do anything in Afghanistan. I will say, you know, the areas that the United States controlled, there were colleges, there were schools, you know, women and girls in Afghanistan were allowed access to education, and all of that was immediately lost the moment we left. So we thank you for the follow, G. You. Yeah, so of course, you know, so we did all this, you know, we were helping all these people there. They were loving America. They were loving the West. So what do we do when we totally abandon that place? We take them all with us, right? We're like, well, we're not just going to leave you to the Taliban. We're not disgusting monsters, right? No, we left them there. We left them there. Grand majority of people that wanted to come over weren't able to come over. You know, of course, there were some, but not nearly enough. Yes, hello. All right, let's get this Middle East analysis from this guy.
Please.
Well, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps is present in Syria since the onset of the Syrian civil war, more visible since 2012, 2013. So the IRGC are advising the Syrian government, which means, in fact, that they have troops on the ground. They're
what America should have done is, you know, secure as much as they can and hold real elections. You know, the problem is that they allowed, they put their faith in the Afghanistan government there. Can't even remember the name of it at the moment. You know, that was corrupt and a lot. You know, and there was guys all connected to Taliban. It was a sloppy job. $2 trillion. It was $4 trillion for Iraq and Afghanistan total. So we'll just split it down the middle. $2 trillion down the drain. I don't know if they're. Without a sustained 100-year security guarantee, I don't see how that would work. Look, the fact is that a lot of the older Muslim world respects theocracy more than democracy. Now, that doesn't mean we have to work with them if they do things that are abhorrent, but that, you know, do we believe in liberty or not? Do we believe in the right to self-determination or not? Okay, we disagree with it. We don't like it. Does that mean we have the right to roll in with our military, to intervene, to occupy? You know? I think the best we can do is not put our troops in there, not put our soldiers in there, and do everything we can from the outside to encourage democracy, to be like, hey, we want to work with you. We'll do a big fat $1 billion trade deal with you if you just give your women the right to vote. Right? You know, we encourage them, carrot and stick approach. We encourage them into the international community by saying, hey, if you liberalize some of your policies here, we'd love to work with you. We don't care about your religion or the, you know, and all that, whatever. That's how you want to run your business. That's how the people there want to be run. They want, you know, a mullah. But no, we get all McCarthyism on it. Well, like, oh, the spread of communism, we got to get into Vietnam. Oh, the spread of terrorism, we got to get in there and prevent it and stop it. Making the assumption that Islam and terrorism are one and the same. It's more complicated than what I'm laying out, of course, but it's far too often everything is framed as one-sided, right? Like the West went in there with altruistic intent.
Conducting operations. They're having militias, which are guided by Iran.
So flat Earth. Okay, I'm sorry. I keep interrupting, but flat Earth over here bringing up oil. So if we really gave a shit about oil in Afghanistan, why did we just bail and then we didn't do anything about oil? It's I don't even think it's a resource thing, dude. I honestly feel like it's the military-industrial complex perpetuating itself. It has to exist for a reason. It has to keep expanding for a reason. It's the military-industrial complex justifying its own existence. If it was about oil in Afghanistan, which maybe it was for maybe a little bit, I don't know, because we protected the oil fields. How come we didn't steal that shit? How come we didn't conquer that shit? How come we're still paying what, $3-4 a gallon? So it's not even about the goddamn resources. We're not even getting the benefit of that. We're not, you know what I mean? We're the biggest goddamn cock on the walk, but we're not even stealing the shit. It's so frustrating.
They're conducting operations. They're having militias, which are guided by Iran, but
start over
doing
again.
in Syria in the first place.
Well, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps is present in Syria since the onset of the Syrian civil war, more visible since 2012, 2013. So the IRGC are advising the Syrian government, which means, in fact, that they have troops on the ground. They're conducting operations. They're having militias, which are guided by Iran, but not necessarily composed of Iranian nationals. So Iran is very present as what comes close to military ally of Syria. These strikes are not new.
Yeah.
Israel has attacked Iran constantly in Syria. However, the magnitude of the strike, the violence of the strike in the city of Damascus, the number of casualties is something extraordinary. And I think this is another level of escalation. We have gotten used to these strikes, but this is something a bit more violent.
At this level, taking out a spy chief, it appears, has Israel struck this high before in Syria? This is a big blow.
Yes, multiple occasions. On the first day of Christmas, 25th of December, Israel assassinated a high-ranking IRGC commander in Syria.
It's one thing to respond directly to your shipping lanes being attacked. That's kind of old school, got to protect your country kind of shit. That's one thing. It's a whole other thing what are we doing in Iraq? What the hell are we doing? Why? What? For why? What? Like I said before, we're not even stealing the oil in Iraq, dog. We're not getting a good chunk of that. What are we doing? So it doesn't make sense. What do we do? What's the police action there? What's the terrorism? Blah blah blah. I don't know. We started a job, we got to finish it. George Bush said mission accomplished like 15 years ago. About Iraq. About Iraq.
His name was Razi Moussaoui, and this was so far, according to intelligence information, he was one of the key coordinators of operations of Iran in Syria with Iranian militias, the Syrian government, and at the same time Hezbollah. I wonder to what extent Iran is going to respond to this, because Iran has been taking many of those strikes. Yeah. Of course, there is a shadow war going on between Israel and Iran, but this happens in an interesting geopolitical context, because there have been a number of Iranian operations in the neighborhood, which the Iranians brand as anti-terror operations using drones and also missiles. But at the same time, there is a very interesting reshuffle of the security apparatus in Damascus itself, which happened yesterday. So maybe it's coincidence, but maybe it also, there is a connection between these events.
And to what extent is this linked to the war Israel is waging on Hamas in Gaza?
It is connected because, of course, Iran considers Hamas a part of its so-called axis of resistance against Israel and the U.S. However, the Iranians have made it quite clear.
Do they actually call it axis of anything? I'm so tired of this. I'm so tired of this, man. This idea that you can fight the West with terrorism or something similar to it. It doesn't work, and all it does is give, monsters like Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir all the justification, or George Bush, all the justification they need, or Barack Obama, all the justification they need to just fuck shit up, dude, with like massive overreaction. Massive. What was Fallujah? What was that about? What did that accomplish?
That the what happened on 7th of October was a Hamas affair, was a Palestinian attack, and they had no hand in this.
I have a 2-hour Ukraine stream lined up.
We've heard a number of, measured by its own standards, not very bellicose statements of the Iranian government, in particular the foreign minister, who seemed to want to de-escalate, not be dragged into this war any further. The same, of course, applies to the US. But what we see on the ground is something different. And I wonder to what extent the Iranians are going to perceive this as a provocation. The Iranians have struck a target in Iran a few days ago, in Iraq, in neighboring Iraq for the first time in Erbil a few days ago. And they said they had hit a Mossad cell, like a cell of the Israeli intelligence service that was illegally operating out of Iraq against Iranian security interests. So in a way, the Iranians might take this as an unofficial response by the Israelis. But that would at the same time mean that the Israelis admit they were hit by the strike in Iraq. They were present. At least this is how the Iranians are going to interpret it.
Still not working. That's the first time I've seen anyone use that command.
Well, it's been taken to a different level now, and I think we should be really worried about this, because this shadow war has been going on for some time. But it seems that both sides want to show we are not afraid of entering a direct confrontation, and it seems that the Netanyahu government in particular is really pushing towards it. I mean, this is a gesture to the Iranians to say, we Israelis, we're ready for everything. But of course, nobody in the region would be delighted about a major escalation, let alone the Americans or the Gulf states or anyone who would suffer from it in the region.
It's the last thing people need. Middle East.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That might be your opinion, dog. That's the last thing anyone wants or needs. Yeah, okay. I don't know, man. Some people pretty hot to trot about starting some shit, it seems. They hit an investor's house near Iribie with Scud missiles and killed him and his daughter. Really? Wanted to point out some very important things that are absolutely going to affect your life, young and old. But AI is about to hit 40% of jobs and worsen inequality, the IMF says. So this is coming from the IMF, not exactly a liberal organization, raising the alarm on what artificial intelligence is going to do to our lives, especially if you are a worker that is, doing something that the AI is very capable of doing, answering phones, drive-through, checkout lane. Any kind of human interaction that requires, I need X, but I also need 1, 2, 3 with X, and I need Y, but I want Y slightly yellow, right? So it's like, things that are more complicated than just like, I need apple, I need cherry, I need, that thing. So like ordering a sandwich or ordering a pizza. Right, we'll no longer need a human to interpret what it's like. I want a half pepperoni on the other side, to have scorpions with mayonnaise. Right. So AI is going to be able to just completely eliminate those jobs, and then white collar jobs like mine, like in IT, will initially be using AI to help with their productivity until that AI becomes good enough to where my job is completely replaced. I'm predicting that I'm going to be losing my, I'm probably advanced level IT, maybe mid-level IT. Who knows what you'd call me. Probably my boss would call me a low-level IT. But I've been in IT a long time. And I think I have about 5, maybe 10 years, right, where my job is relevant. And that's completely gone. IMF's managing director, Kristalina Georgievina, says, quote, in most scenarios, AI will likely worsen overall inequality. Ms. Georgievina adds that policymakers should address the quote-unquote troubling trend to, quote, prevent the technology from further stoking social tensions. The The proliferation of AI has put its benefits and risks under the spotlight. The IMF said AI is likely to affect a greater portion of jobs, put at around 60% in advanced economies. In half of those instances, workers can expect to benefit from the integration of AI, which will enhance their productivity. In other instances, AI will have the ability to perform key tasks that are currently executed by humans. This could lower demand for labor, affecting wages and even eradicating jobs. The plot twist was written by AI. Added stress to your life, waiting for the axe to fall. Sorry, Lenny. For you, it'll be stuff that helps you. You know, you've already gotten the bag. Lenny is an incredibly successful person, so he's already won. He's already won at life. So he just gets to kick back and watch the world burn or transform, whatever you want to call it. It's not progress or regress. It's a tool in which we can go either way. Sure. No, I mean, in this, I mean, tools can do both, right? Tools can progress us while regressing us, right? And great example, social media, right? It's like a fancy new chain we're putting on ourselves, right? But it's the damn useful chain, the damn useful, vice that we've created, isn't it? The double-edged sword. It's a very useful tool. It's also incredibly dangerous the more you use it. Meanwhile, the IMF projects that the technology will affect just 26% of jobs in low-income countries. So, of course, until the androids and robots, are completely ubiquitous and cheap, and I'm talking like, we're going to need like 500 million robots to really start making this cheap for like, because, there was a time where it was like you would never see a cell phone in the third world. Never. Right? Now, cell phones are actually very, very common in the third world in very poor places because for like, less than $50, you can get a phone, connects to a global network. It's all become very, very cheap. So it's going to be the same thing with androids that are capable of farming and, doing this, the hand labor, all the handcraft, the soap making in India and, all that kind of stuff. When you own the press. Yeah, low observable goat. Definitely. All tools can be. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Read that one. Anyway, I'm not going to read this whole article here, but I just wanted to give you, I don't know what your situation is, person on the other end of this, the crazy media machine that I'm utilizing right now called Twitch. But AI will likely affect you, and you should be aware of it. Unemployed. Well, you live in Ukraine, dude. You're currently being invaded. You get a break. All right, so moving on to our next story here. Look, if you're outside of Canada, you might have a misconception about this Trudeau character. There's the Liberal Party, which is Trudeau, and then there's the NDP, which is the New Democratic Party, whatever it is. That is a more progressive version, a more progressive leaning party than the Liberals. And then you have the Conservatives with Pierre Poilievre, and they have a conservative offshoot called the PPC that is barely relevant. But they're like extreme, the convoy guys is the PPC. But anyway, the European descendants are the problem. No. The problem is humanity needs to work together. The solution will not be found in putting humanity in little cubicles all over the world. And so you can't look over the wall. My wall, you can't look, you can't touch. No. Stay away. Everyone out but me. That's not the solution. Anyway, the thing about Trudeau, so what I'm trying to say is that, look, I'm not going to support the Conservative Party. I'm not going to agree with, even in jest, I'm not going to agree with this ridiculous notion that, I was born in Europe, therefore I believe in this and I believe in that. Oh, I was born in America, so these are my values. No, my values are based off of the needs of mankind, not the needs of a nation, of a nation state. I care about a nation in as much as I care about the preservation of culture, history, but I care more about human beings than I do about countries. I care about the people inside these countries, especially the innocent people. That includes Russia, that includes China, that includes North Korea, that includes Iran, right? Because look, when you really break it down, when you strip people away from their governments and their national identity and the nationalism and that toxic identity that they've inherited, what are they? Human beings. They just want peace, and they just want to do their business. They want to watch Netflix before they go to bed. They just want to work an 8-hour day, want a house, a picket fence, whatever version of that is, depending on your culture or society. The basics. The basics. That's what 99.9% of people want when you strip them away from their horrific, ingrained biases. Yeah, no, I'm this is anti-nihilism. You're not going to get a pat on the back for being a cynical asshole. So go ahead, take a little break. Whoops, I didn't mean to ban you. But go ahead, take a little time out. There we go, honey. I don't need to see that negativity in the chat. Good luck. We're all doomed. We need to kick the Europeans out of every country. And white people. It's not a solution. It's a lazy excuse for ignorance. Anyway, back to what I was talking about. Trudeau is insufferable. And he has been doing this apparently his whole career. I didn't know this until I moved here and I really started watching this guy. But you ask him direct questions, and the dude answers with non sequiturs. And who's to blame? The motherfucking media, dude, the media. I'm so sick of this smug douchebag getting asked questions, very important questions that homeboy should have answers to, okay? Okay, whatever, dude, have something ready. But no, dude, complete non sequiturs. It's not about white or black. It's about fighting ignorance. It's about fighting classism. I get it. It's in jest, right? I get it. Being a white guy, I get it. I have a sense of humor about it, right? I'm everyone's asshole. I get it. Sorry, Devin. Here we go.
You have violated ethics rules, so have members of your cabinet, and most recently your international trade minister. Why do these ethical breaches keep happening, and why haven't you been able to stop them?
Well, I think
he's asked a direct question. Why have these ethical breaches been happening? Ethical breaches of your party. And what are you doing to stop them?
To stop them?
Well, I think, first of all, our government is focused on getting things done for Canadians, on delivering the kinds of results that Canadians elected us to do. Ambitious.
But you can do that without breaching ethics.
When you do lots of things, every now and then people are going to make mistakes.
Sure. Okay. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. But what was that
you have
first
violated
15 seconds, dog?
I think.
What is this? This is his MO, man.
Happening, and
he
why
does
haven't
this
you
with every critical question.
Been able to stop them?
Well, I think, first of all, our government is focused on getting things done for Canadians.
We're doing
delivering
the best we can. We're getting it done for Canadians. Why is your party breaching ethics? And what are you doing to stop it? Moving on to the next story. Sorry, we're going to try to keep it moving here for Davin. He's right. Got a great article from the Pew Research Center here. I believe from Woke Patriot put this in the chat. In East Asia, many people see China's power and influence as a major threat. First of all, I had no idea what to do when asked a question. My mistake, so I'll wait with an answer so people forget the question when I give an answer to a strategy. The reason they get away with it is because of the media. You know, and it's this access journalism, right? Well, Trudeau's not going to do another interview with your news station unless if you keep pushing him to answer questions. So anyway, this is just some interesting charts here. Woke Patriot pointed this one out. Open this up here. Whoops, there we go. China's neighbors see its power and influence as a major threat. Japan, yeah. Taiwan, absolutely. South Korea, Hong Kong. Okay. Hong Kong, you might want to... might be over. I think Hong Kong is done. I think Hong Kong has been successfully conquered by China. Kind of holding out hope on that one. And just look at this chart here. China's power and influence is viewed as a greater threat than that of other global superpowers. Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, Taiwan was just recently going through an election, and there was a lot of, propaganda, a lot of pro-Chinese sentiment getting spread around. Of course, that party that was trying to be pro-China was not successful. So China's power and influence is viewed as a greater threat than that of other global superpowers. China's power and influence is viewed... Okay, yeah, blah, 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 blah. China power... Sorry, my baby is crying. Has been crying for the last 15 minutes. Hopefully things are okay up there, but it's so hard to stay focused when your kid is wailing away. China's power and... see what I mean? China's power and influence over here. Japan, 76%. North Korea's nuclear weapons program... 73%, United States power and influence 53%, Russia's power and influence 71%. So yeah, I mean that's kind of, it makes sense. I hate how the United States gets away with a bunch of its chicanery. It gets away with a bunch of its shenanigans because it's the best worst empire in the room. You know what I mean? If I was a country sitting in a room and I got China and I got Russia and I got the United States and, with the UK and France and Germany all, backing up the United States. No, my wife took care of it, Kim. You're fine. But you know what I mean? If I'm sitting in a room and I got to make a decision. I have a Xiaomi phone where it shows those countries also view the U.S. as a threat. Yeah, no, I mean, as well they should, but they view it less of a threat. That's what I mean. It's the best worst solution. The best worst solution for a lot of countries. North Korea's nuclear weapons program considered a serious threat in Japan. Yeah, and in East Asia, most consider U.S. power and influence at least a minor threat. Yeah. 100% correct. So, percentage who say the United States power and influence is a space to them. Major threat, minor threat, not a threat. But quarter. Yeah, Hong Kong over here. Interesting. It's so funny because the United States is probably, if I don't know, maybe not. I better not say that because I was saying maybe the United States would support Hong Kong more, but really all we saw were right-wingers supporting the Hong Kong democracy efforts. Yeah, less of a threat is interesting when you're faced with two threats. What my takeaway from this is that, yeah, look at this. These are the numbers on Russia. So Japan completely freaking out about Russia over here. South Korea, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. Yeah, that makes sense for Hong Kong. Taiwan not really paying attention to Russia, really more consider probably focusing on China. South Korea kind of split down the middle there. My takeaway of this is that the United States when it comes down to it, the United States is going to be able to get away with many more adventures, like say Iran, you know, and people are not going to, like, if the United States, you know, puts its full force behind Israel in an invasion of Iran or some kind of major attack on Iran, these countries are not going to break off their trade deals with us. They're not going to see it as a existential threat, like the way that people view Russia with its invasion of Ukraine. Anyway, if you want to read this, it's right here. We keep it moving. Davin over here. I got Davin in my head. Keep it moving. He's right.
After years, if not decades.
So speaking of Rishi Sunak, saw that mentioned in the chat, and yeah, there's a lot of similarities there. This is a really great breakdown by Peter Stefanovic. I've seen him come up quite a bit. Hopefully he's not one of these like progressive or lefties that's like pro-Russia in some ways or defending Russia. I don't really know, so please let me know if that's the case. But does a great job here of breaking down what Rishi Sunak is promising versus what is actually happening. And it's 180. It's 180. And you know, this is maybe PMQ's Prime Minister questions. You know, this is an opportunity for him to speak. So there's not like anyone who's supposed to be calling him out on this. But this is really this really shows just how cynical Tory politics is in the UK. They've morphed into a party, you know, after Boris Johnson that is totally comfortable lying to the UK public about what they're doing, about what they're achieving, what the plans are, you know, how good things actually are. They're just, you know, they've kind of embraced that Jacob Jacob Mogg. That guy, like, he completely denies reality. Well, you know, is called out for it. Nope, denies reality. Fake news, doesn't believe it. You know, it's just this. The MAGA template, the shamelessness. Jacob Moss Reeg. It's just noise in my head. He's the asshole with the monocle who like unironically wears a monocle and a top hat. Like literally unironically wears a monocle and a top hat. One of those. Rees-Mogg. Thank you, Rees-Mogg. Jacob Rees-Mogg. Unironically wears a monocle and a top hat, folks. Look him up. DeSantis plan. Oh, no. Hold on. We got a DeSantis alert. What? Hold on. We got breaking news. DeSantis. Oh, wait, no. Predicts Trump will win in New Hampshire. He's got the momentum. Okay. Ugh. God. He's still working on that smile. Okay, where is it? Hold on. I had DeSantis lies in the URL. Oh, 3 minutes ago. New York Times, the Florida governor who once appeared to be Donald Trump's most daunting challenger ran a costly, turbulent campaign that failed to catch on with Republican voters. Okay. It's official. I officially have to send Woke Patriot and Davey some money. I'll be following up, but it is official now. I have officially lost that bet. I really saw it, just like a lot of other pundits, I really saw Ron DeSantis as, you know, like, hey, this guy can actually, you know, be a Trump alternative. He just needs to stand firm against Trump. You know, keep that messaging consistent. Keep pushing. But you know, he can't. What he needed to do was push back against Trump, but not emulate Chris Christie, right? And all the other rhinos, right? Like Liz Cheney. He need to be. I personally feel like he should have been attacking Trump from an electoral standpoint. You're like, oh, I love his policies. I think fascism is great. And January 6th was super cool. And yeah, they're all hostages. And yeah, right-wing fascism is really great. But he just can't win. He just can't win for one reason or another. He just can't win. I can win. I know how to win. Yada, yada, yada. He tried for 5 seconds to emulate the Trump. Remember when he tried to do that for like 5 seconds? Him dropping out is good news. Like it or not, I would prefer Trump over Ron DeSantis, over Nikki Haley, because the difference between Trump, Nikki Haley, and Ron DeSantis is that Trump is so wildly incompetent and so narcissistic. He often works against the goals of the Republican Party to further his own personal and political aims. The biggest detriment to the Republican agenda was Trump in the Trump era, because he's busy watching CNN. What does Dana Bash have to say about me? So if I have to pick between 3 fascists, I'll pick the incompetent one. Ron DeSantis. Anybody that was supporting Ron DeSantis is immediately going over to Trump, without question. Maybe a couple, maybe shave off a couple percentage for the anomalies that are going to go to, I don't know, RFK Jr. or Nikki Haley. She's about ready to drop out too. So we're going to be watching the Trump is a god and then Trump is a dictator commercials coming up in the U.S. section. So look forward to that. Thank you, Lenny, for that. Breaking news, folks. Breaking news. Fucking Pudding Fingers Ron over here. Hamburger Ron. Why did Trump drop Hamburger Ron? Why did he drop that? Literally the most perfect nickname for a politician that has ever been coined. Hamburger Ron. Pudding Fingers Hamburger Ron. Out the fucking race. Maybe you and Jeb can go get a drink together. Put some tears in those beers, boys. Okay. So thank you once again, Lenny, and I'm glad that breaking news happened right before I started the video instead of right in the middle of the video. Always, Trump wants to be president so he can pardon himself. Yeah, and Typer, but that doesn't mean he's what he's gonna. I've made this analogy last time, but he's like a bull in a china shop, like right before the bull dies. So he's gonna get in there. He's gonna break, and wreck democracy and change democracy so that the Trump presidency never ends. Right before he dies. And that's gonna the aftermath of that is gonna be the next Republican fascist who has a real agenda, who has a real plan, is gonna come in there, utilize those new powers that Trump gave himself, dictator for a day, and then we're really off to the races. And then we're really off to with like a real fascist agenda for. No, you can't do this with your body. No, you can't teach this in school. You have to teach this, Christian religious dogma, in schools and yada, yada, yada. Mandatory. Things are going to start getting mandatory really quick. Shit that you don't want to do. Because let's not forget who we're dealing with. We're dealing with right-wing, theocratic, Christian fascists. Okay? Absolutely, they want to tell you what you can and can't do with your butthole. I ain't playing. Ted Cruz sitting around all day thinking about how can we stop people from doing things I don't like with their butthole. I'm exaggerating only a little bit. I mean, it's not like Ted Cruz really gives a shit, but he will cynically use those politics to further his career. He'll absolutely support a no anal sex bill to further his political career. Absolutely. Mandatory News Underground viewing. Ted Cruz's butthole, you know it, baby. So let's get back to it. Rishi Sunak, Peter over here, breaking down the lies, breaking down the half-truths. It's really essential. I'm telling you, Leon. So they're all like, oh, no, we don't want to, we just want to go after abortion. We just want to go after abortion. And then they succeed and immediately start the narrative of, well, maybe we should get rid of interracial marriage too. Oh, and well, maybe we should pass a law that says being gay is illegal. You know, you are kidding yourself if you think they're going to stop at abortion. You're absolutely lying to yourself. Let's get to it here, though. Peter breaking down Rishi Sunak's. It's just one zinger after another. It's just one lie after the other.
After years, if not decades, of neglect under the party opposite, it's this government that is leveling up across our country.
We have Republicans that want to check your child's butthole before they can go to the bathroom. So they're already talking about checking your kid's butthole. I don't. You know what's the problem? What do you got to hide? Flat Earth, huh? What you got to hide? What are you, too woke? Oh, you're so woke, can't even check your butthole. Yeah, okay. I thought this was progressive land.
Well, imagine the shock for the.
After years, if not decades, of neglect under the party opposite, it's this government that is leveling up across our country.
Leveling up. Ugh.
Well, imagine the shock for the Prime Minister when he finds out it's his party that's actually been in power for the last 13 years. A staggering 14 million people are now living in poverty. 1 million adults can't afford to eat every day. 9 million are skipping meals and cutting back on food. Millions more can't afford to heat their homes, and record numbers are now using food banks. We've got
That's a good spot for that.
Sewage dumped in our rivers, crumbling schools and hospitals.
We got they're in the Discord, folks. We do have female soldiers from Russia and Ukraine fucking missiles. We have proof of this. Even one image, if you want to check it out in the general section. So what, if you're gonna fuck a missile, why not fuck a nuke? Wasn't there a South Park about that? Snook? Remember the Snook? Oh no!
Never in living memory have families got so much poorer over a single parliament. And the Prime Minister expects us all to believe this.
It's this government that is leveling up across our country.
Never underestimate just how thick this government thinks we all are.
Now, while he talks the country down, let me update him on what's actually been happening in the past week. Inflation more than halved from 11% to 4%. Real wages rising. Real wages rising for the 5th month in a row. Last week, rates started falling, and millions of people benefited from a tax cut worth £450.
Well, let's break that bollocks down.
Break it down.
Inflation more than halved from 11%.
Well, again, imagine the Prime Minister's shock when the Chancellor tells him inflation actually rose in December. And he'll fall off his chair when he finds out the job of cutting inflation is for the Bank of England. So any suggestion the government is responsible for it falling just insults the public's intelligence.
He's not even making...
And let's not forget it was this government that gave us the highest inflation in 40 years in the first place, in part due to its incompetent management of the economy.
Mr. Speaker, inflation was over 11% when I got this job.
Well, bearing in mind it was the Conservative government that had been in power for more than a decade at that point. It's not exactly something to boast about. And wasn't Rishi Sunak Chancellor and responsible for managing the economy for more than 2 years, almost immediately prior to that?
Yes. But the crucial thing is that inflation has been more than halved, delivered ahead of schedule, and that is having an enormous benefit to families up and down the country.
Contrary to what the Prime Minister keeps telling us, falling inflation is not a tax cut for hard-up families. Falling inflation just means prices are rising more slowly than they were before. It does not mean that price levels are actually falling. So it won't immediately help the families now struggling to put food on the table and heat their homes.
Millions of people benefited from a tax cut.
Under Sunak's government, taxes are on course to reach their highest level since the Second World War. The Institute for Fiscal Studies has found that for every £1 the Treasury has taken from taxpayers, less than 25 pence is coming back in tax cuts. And the Prime Minister wants us to slap him on the back and throw a party. By any standards, Sunak's government is being fundamentally dishonest and outright misleading when talking about tax cuts.
Shamelessly
lying.
lying.
In fact, the government's latest
Is he bragging about the tax cuts he did for the rich?
To have the biggest tax-raising parliament in modern history.
Real wages rising.
Seriously? Real wages in 2024 are forecast to be lower than they were in 2006.
Wow.
Just think about that.
Brazen lies. Brazen lies. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Jacob Rees-Mogg is kind of the MAGA template in the UK. It's this shamelessness, that reaches new heights. I don't, there is no objective reality anymore. My media apparatus that buoys me and supports me creates this narrative that I support. Does not matter what the facts of the ground on the ground are. Here's the thing, guys. If the Tories and the Republicans and the right wingers that want to take over the world, they're going to do something about what we're doing right now. They're going to do something about media calling them out, right? Because you can only sustain that unreality in the face of criticism. It's very difficult to do that when you have jokers like me and news organizations covering these things and pointing them out. And you see it in the comments section of these videos. So they're gonna clamp down on this wonderful tool that we're using to inform each other about what's actually happening in the world. And then, it's all bets are off there. All bets are off once that happens. Who will win, Trump or this person? Oh, I'm sure that this person, whoever this is. I better not. I've never seen. I don't know who you are. I'm not going to click. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, yeah, no. Nikki Haley is Hillary Clinton. Sure. Okay, dog. Yeah. I mean, it is funny. Hillary Clinton was very hawkish, very right wing. So there's probably a lot of things that her and Nikki Haley agree on. Pretty disgusting, if you ask me. Hillary Clinton's a real piece of work. So this is actually the most important story of the day, and it's a very boring story, and you're probably going to leave. But it's literally the most important story of the day. 9 Supreme Court justices are being called upon to save democracy. Can they do it? The answer is no. The Supreme Court is about to pass a ruling, is about to make a ruling that will make regulation in the United States, will change regulation forever. Basically, it was like 40 or 50 years ago, we gave the EPA the right to make policy based off of science-based conclusions instead of the recommendations of politicians, right? Because a lot of the time politicians are not scientists. They're not, they're not geologists. They're not climate scientists. So a lot of the time they shouldn't be passing or making rules and regulations based off, of what companies, what they can and can't do. So this law, I can't quite remember what the name of it is. It'll be mentioned here, has stood in the way of corporations and their ability to pollute and destroy the world, like I said, for about 40, 50 years here. And the Supreme Court, of course, the right wing, it's now a right-wing majority Supreme Court, just like what they did with abortion, they're looking like they're going to destroy precedent, destroy this system that is working well. It's not perfect. Obviously, pollution is still happening, fracking and all that. But it's a system that's working somewhat, at least. It's getting in the way of a corporation's ability to pollute. And once they get rid of this, the gloves will really come off, because we will see the slimy right-wing politicians, like I said, who are not scientists, making all kinds of rules. Oh, yeah, you can dump that in the water. Oh, yeah, you can put that in cigarettes. Or, oh, yeah, you can put that in the milk, and you can put that in the food, and whatever, that's fine. Thanks for the money. Thanks for the contribution. Thanks, whatever. Thanks, that's fine. It's happening. If you don't think this ruling, if you live in the United States and you don't think this ruling is going to affect you in some way or another, you're 100% absolutely wrong. And if you think for even 1 second that it's going to benefit you, unless you own a carpet company, unless you own an oil company, unless you own a soda manufacturing company or some company that has to dump a certain amount of pollutants into the water to do its business, etc., pollute in general. Unless you are an owner of one of those businesses, you are going to, your quality of life is going to go down. Your quality of life is going to go down because of this ruling. and oh, it's so complicated. So I don't know. It's so lame. I don't know. It's gay. I can't say that. It's not on fleek. Is what the kids say now, right? You kids are no, you're not. Ohio, you skibbity toilet. I don't know. You get what I'm saying, though. Is that this is critical, essential information, and most people, it's going to go over most people's heads until it starts affecting them directly, like in their backyard. Today, it's gay. Oh, thank you. Yeah, man, I don't know why that just slipped out. That was like, I used to, when I was like a 15-year-old teenager in the late 90s, early 2000s, that was, And then there was this campaign to be like, what do you mean? Gay is not bad. Gay is not a bad thing. It's like, yeah, why? Why? Yeah, why are we doing that? Of course, that it never goes away. I still say dog. I have no right to say dog. Anyway, let's get to it.
Our democracy faces an existential crisis. An insurrectionist is running for the highest office in the land, one who routinely threatens his opponents and free press with vengeance. Adding to the challenge, a Supreme Court with a right-wing majority will decide whether this insurrectionist can pursue the nation's highest office. Yet, many Americans deliberately or inadvertently continue to downplay that danger, embracing a deeply naive belief that autocracy could never happen here, that the threat is overblown and American democracy could never collapse or be subverted. There's no need to look abroad to Germany in the 1930s or to Hungary today to understand the consequences of normalizing extremists. We need only to look to our own history.
Spelled like this.
American democracy has succumbed to tyranny in the past. You see, the North won the Civil War, but for nearly a century after, democracy itself was lost in America's South. White supremacists, defeated in war, furiously resisted equality for black Americans, and over time, Jim Crow became the law of the land. The Supreme Court actively participated in this assault on liberty that was won in a civil war in which 700,000 Americans died by legalizing racial segregation throughout the South. Unspeakable tragedies were inflicted on generations of non-whites, leaving behind dark legacies that echo loudly into the present. Recognizing this uncomfortable truth is crucial to understanding the gravity of the current threat, because the stakes today are on a national scale. Today's circumstances mirror the post-Civil War Reconstruction era. Section 3 of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, the basis for the lawsuits challenging Donald Trump's eligibility to run for office again, was crafted in the aftermath of the Civil War as a democratic safeguard. It specifically excluded from office those who broke their oath to support the Constitution in 1868. That meant those who sided with the Confederacy in the Civil War. Those who urge us to overlook Trump's actions on January 6th for the sake of unity echo the exact sentiments of that era. In 1972, a general amnesty allowed former Confederates to run for office again. So what happens when an enemy of democracy becomes the chief executive of the United States? Well, after the 14th and 15th Amendments granted rights to the formerly enslaved, multiracial democracies emerged in the South, forming electoral majorities during the period known as Reconstruction. But opponents of racial equality refused to accept those election results. Confederate General Wade Hampton, backed by white supremacist groups, contested election results in South Carolina's gubernatorial race through fraud and violence and eventually seized power. The Confederates under Hampton then initiated a government restructuring campaign to entrench their power, similar to what Trump and his allies have vowed to do once back in office. These Confederates succeeded in solidifying their grip on power across the South by disenfranchising black voters. The Supreme Court during this period relied on originalist interpretations of the Constitution to justify decisions that protected this powerful minority, much like what today's conservative court is doing. But so-called originalism provides a convenient off-ramp for Supreme Court justices who attribute their rulings to a cherry-picked past. In reality, constitutional expert Kermit Roosevelt
these
III
originalists go
writes,
against
justices
the
are not simply enforcing the views of the long-dead framers. They are deciding which views to enforce. We have a tradition of pursuing justice at the expense of unity and a tradition of doing the opposite. America contradicts itself, to paraphrase Whitman, It contains multitudes. And the argument that this is not who we are is most often a statement of aspiration for the future rather than a statement of fact about the past. In the end, we are responsible for who we become and for what becomes of our country. We should not pretend that history relieves us of that burden and that honor. The loss of democracy in the South was regional, but today the entire nation is at stake. And once again, the court is being called on to safeguard democracy. And irrespective of what it decides, this will be a political decision
the Irish in me.
with long-lasting political consequences.
He's not wrong, folks.
I want to welcome Kermit Roosevelt III to the show. He's a professor.
I'm good, dog. I'm good, Kermit. Anyway, I just wanted to show this. This is very important. This is literally one of the most important stories happening right now. The Supreme Court is actively attacking American freedom and liberty. Okay, it is destroying precedent that Americans have been enjoying for some Americans their entire life. Speaking facts, yeah, we need term limits, absolutely. Yeah, for all judges, you know, these lifetime appointed judges, they gotta go. Absolute cancer. So here's one for you fellas out here. Fellas do any women watch this show? Probably not. This show is disgusting. The show is like a big wart on a penis. It's like you can't even look at it. But no, this guy's been making the rounds. I got two videos here. This one where he is proudly displaying his sausage stream. It totally is. He's probably displaying his latest acquisition here. Apparently this was I think this was a successful capture of this ship. 2 for the price of 1. And of course he's receiving a lot of attention because he's, you know, very handsome young fella here. And also a Houthi pirate. Good jacket, too. Good looking jacket. So he was then asked in an interview, you know, I don't know, I guess he was asked, you know, why do you look good? Or like, why are you a Houthi pirate when you're so good looking, when you should be modeling for GQ, I guess, is the American perspective of this. This guy's like, what are you talking about? You know, I've been born into poverty. You know, the idea of being a model is not even entered my, you know, my calculation. What are you talking about? 19-year-old Yemeni pirate went viral after posting videos from the seized Galaxy leadership. Self-proclaimed pirate Rashid al-Haddad's looks captivated. Oh, Haddad's looks captivated social media. He's a model terrorist. Oh, come on. With the puns. Oh, that was so loud. Sorry, this is super crazy loud. Sorry. Didn't see that. Of course, Western people were touched by the clip. Some talked about my looks. Tell me you want to get predator drone without telling me. But I don't care. They compared me to a Hollywood actor, and I did not care about.
بس هذا لا يهمني يعني هم تكلموا شبهوني في ممثل هوليوود. طبعا هذا ما اهتميت فيه هذا.
These tweets at all. I tweeted and said that we need to focus on the Palestinian cause.
أريد ما اهتميت فيه أبدا.
Mentioned he's explicitly there for the Palestinians. Wow.
وقلت لهم أنه يعني يجب أن نركز.
Care about my looks or anything? Let's leave this. I consider it normal and a God-given matter.
في القضية الفلسطينية.
Yeah, it's so funny. They're like, "Oh, why did you come to America? We'll give you a modeling contract." Like they did that guy from jail who got a big. He's like dating another model too. It's so funny about that guy.
هذا يعني شيء يعني هذا من الله الحمد لله.
The Yemeni Houthi rebels hijacked the Bahamas flag ship in the Red Sea in November. Interesting. It's so funny. He's all like, you know, it's about God, it's about God, it's about God, but we still finds time for the gram. We still finding time for the gram, folks. You Zoomers are so funny. We get it. We get it. You're young and hot, and you're never going to die, and your life is nothing but having fun in the clubs. Hassan interviewed him. It was useless. Yeah, I heard about that. He asked him if he watched One Piece, the anime. God, I'm tired of Hassan. Doing drugs with kidnapped sailors and adventuring, dream life. Not going to deny. Not going to deny, dude. If I didn't have a wife and kid, right? Life of a pirate. So this is bizarre. This is not prostitution. This is totally legal, but I had to show it because I just couldn't. It's hard to believe. This is in China. This is a matchmaking. This is a place where you go to get match made, right? So you come here as a single guy. You go, okay, this is who I am. It's not prostitution. You show up as a single guy, and you're like, this is who I am. This is what I'm worth. You know, I'm looking for a wife. He's looking for a wife. He's not looking for, just an encounter. He's looking for a wife. And all these matchmakers are trying to hook him up, trying to figure out where he's at. And then they're trying to find a bride for this guy. Because if they successfully get married, they get a commission, so it's they're kind of like real estate agents for marriage. So this is very interesting. I'm 21, diehard Zoomer. Hey, little Cam, did you know that one day, hopefully, if you're lucky, you'll be 30? Oh, no! No! Yeah, it's true. You're going to be 30 one day, little Cam. Yeah, literal meat market. Well, kind of. I mean, this is marriage. Okay? We're not talking about, this isn't Tinder. This is marriage. I'm on Smoko.
Where are you from? I'm from South Africa. South Africa.
No, Flat Earth. You don't mean that. I assure you don't. The older you get, the more you're like, no, I want to stick around.
你来重庆多久了呀？2年吧。2年，那你做什么工作的呀？我是做外贸的。做外贸的。
Foreign trade. What does that mean?
你能想到的我都有，就是没有女朋友。Very good. 非洲的美女就是在这里500万。可以。
So she's on two phones. She's FaceTiming it with two different women.
什么？
What do you think about this guy? What do you think about this guy?
How old are you? 你的工资多少？28。工资。
How much your salary is 28?
我们不谈工资。
We don't talk about wages. I have a company. Homie, they're Chinese. It's Chinese. It's China, man. They want to know how much. They want to know the money. I'm married to a Chinese woman. I know how the family dynamics work. You bring it in the dough, right?
这可是违法呀！反正这里有个帅哥，28岁的外国人帅哥，你赶紧过来，我给你顶到前夫了，他妹妹都不想超了，快点快点。
Oh, she got 3 phones, dude. Damn. Hustler, dude. Hustler of the year. This woman right here, dude. Hustler of the year, dude.
那你有跟重庆的女孩子谈过恋爱吗？
You do not have as much hustle as she does. You do not.
你在上海。
She got 3 phones. All of them are going. She's like, how much are you worth? What's your company?
宝宝 ，Come on， 这里有个帅哥，黑色的。嗨，美女你好。like 帅哥。like 帅哥。
Selling this dude.
我家的。喜欢哪一种啊？就像你这样子。我不行，我大了，我年龄老了。
Go, dude.
只要你有钱就
That's like a
行。
good wife. That's a good wife.
你可以包养我。我只有一点点钱，我想留着我自己用。这里有个帅哥，你看，帅不帅？不是帅。他找对象？都找，全部都找。你们都人全部都找。那行啊，找我哎。可以呀，拜拜。对不对？我把你守着，我要跟我的朋 朋友看，我把我朋友给你。
行，你挺靠谱的。
对，你快一点呀，4岁这里有个
啊，交女朋友呢？
等会被别人
非洲的，交给中国女朋友。我说他是非洲的，想找个出境女朋友。对，找个出境女朋友。
我也他们看不起我们是家庭的，我们也是个妹妹。
多大了？
本人上镜。你们那是家群吗？是找的相亲的？
我过来看的。
哦，那边。
对，你妹妹照片吗？
有。
也好找。有点凶恶黑的人。要不要找个非洲的嘛？他妈2个小时都不上。
It's a hidden camera too.
我是第一个。
It's you know isn't it something? Isn't it something? It's like it's not prostitution, but something doesn't feel right about it. Something doesn't feel right about it, right? Because this guy's just like line him up. I want doot. Homie, you don't know what you're getting, dude. You don't know what you're getting. It's not like they get married, you know, so they go on a date, you know, it's like it's matchmaking. It's matchmaking. So why is this slimier? Why is this way more slimy than just like the video, you know, lowered expectations? How come this is not, you know, lowered expectations doesn't feel this slimy? You know what I mean?
Are you having trouble finding your ideal mate? How about
money's involved in this?
Do you fear you'll be the last man or woman on earth still not getting any? Are you using roofies to score? And yet you still hope to land that prince or princess of your dreams. Well, wake up, sleeping ugly. Because your only hope is lowered expectations. Our video library allows you to choose from thousands of chronically rejected singles, just as hard up and pathetic as you. So good luck. You'll need it.
Gina, number 294.
Hi, my name is Gina, and I'm looking for a fun, loving guy. Murder. Someone who likes long walks. Murder. Someone who likes nice, quiet dinners. Murder. And beautiful music. Murder. And someone who looks at relationships as a two-way street. I'm not expecting murder. You to treat me like a queen. Murder. I'm just a down-to-earth woman who loves people. So if you like fun, murder, then give me a call. Murder.
Gina, press pound 294.
The funniest part of the lowered expectation is the intro, where it's just they're having like one of those. It looks like a romantic walk, but it's like New Jersey Turnpike. It's like New Jersey Turnpike, and then the romantic walk turns into a fight. It turns into a fight. All right. Anyway, I just wanted to show that. I just found that fascinating. Oh yeah, Nicole. What's her name there from Mad TV? She's great. So I wanted to talk about the Davos meeting. Just you know, if you don't know what's going on, your life is actually run by wildly out of touch rich oligarchs who every year like to go to a Switzerland ski resort to pat themselves on the back and also make sure that they're pretty much in line with each other when it comes to how they're going to manage the cattle, aka the population of the world. So I'm not saying this is the Bilderberg. These people don't have an iron grip control, but that's the goal. Right. This is the you know, agenda of the Jeff Bezoses of the world. You know, the famous saying, I think it was 1 or 2 years ago, of you'll own nothing and you'll love it or you'll enjoy it or something like that. Basically, everyone's going to be a renter. You know, that it was actually several years ago, because I think it might have been right before BlackRock was, you know, started its campaign of buying up every piece of real estate that it could possibly find. The idea is that from birth to death, you will lease your life. Your life will be on a subscription, right? You won't own your car. Owning a car will be too expensive. You won't own your home. You won't none of it. None of it. You'll be paying your bills. Like if it's up to them, you'd be paying for the privilege of breathing clean air and drinking clean water. You would be paying directly for that. So anyway, I wanted to show this because these, like I said before, these people are wildly out of touch, and sometimes you just need to see it for yourself. You know, because for a lot of people, there's an assumption that, okay, well, the smart people are running the world. Yeah, Clutch Cargo, we covered that news there that Ron DeSantis is dropping out. So let's get into it here. It's good to know that. I'm sorry. Back to what I'm saying. There's an assumption that the people that are running your life are smart and they're rich, and they're rich because they're smart, and they're running everything because they're smart and they know what they're doing, and they have, and maybe we disagree on some things here and there, but generally they have a good idea of what's going on, or it wouldn't be like that unless they were in charge. Please stop doing that. Please stop giving them that pass. Because let me tell you, folks, these are some of the most dim-witted, numbskulled, thick-skulled, dim-witted. These people are really, 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 really dumb. And I actually have two examples here. We're going to watch this video, and then we're also going to watch a nepotism baby explain how we can become millionaires just by working for our daddy's company. And she does this unironically. But let's get into it here. You got to hear some of these statements from Davos.
The world's elite have been gathering this week in a luxury ski resort in Davos, and suspicions that they're criminally out of touch just won't go away. Speaking at the forum, this was the editor-in-chief of the Financial Times.
Ironically, I think the UK and will appear to be by the end of the year, and Martin, I think you will disagree, but let's see. But by the end of the year, the UK is going to appear as one of the more stable countries, because we essentially have gone through our era of populism. I'm not being complacent. We could have another wave, but we've gone through our populism. We had Brexit. And I think now we have essentially two parties sort of I think business can live with, and will probably be far less consequential an election than everywhere else.
Well, if I was a world leader, if I was the president of a country that was in a war and in desperate need of money and resources, the number one place I would go is Davos. Okay. So I think he's got no choice. Just like he has no choice but to support Israel, in their ethnic cleansing campaign against the Palestinians. He doesn't have much of a choice there.
I don't really understand what that means. We've gone through our era of populism as if it's something that only happens once, right? Because the United States, you could say, also went through their era of populism with the election of Donald Trump. But the idea you only have one era suggests, well, you do it once, you sort of lash out, you have this sort of irrational, crazy moment where you're sort of protesting against the world, and you elect someone like Donald Trump, and then you realize it's a terrible idea, and then you move on. Well, look at the polls in the United States, right? The era of populism isn't over because they've done it already. They're going to re-elect Donald Trump. The fundamentals haven't really changed. Aaron, I know you weren't particularly impressed with that intervention. What do you make of it?
It doesn't get more cliche, does it, Michael? The editor of the Financial Times in Davos saying, oh, they've gone in, as if it was some teenage blip. We've grown out of it now, guys. Don't worry. And for me, as somebody in the UK, most of our viewers and listeners are too, right now we're looking at the potential collapse of the Tory party. I think on the same day, Reform got 12% in an opinion poll. The Tories got 20. Now, I don't think Reform will get 12 in a general election. I don't think that. But I do think that after the general election, which right now the Tories look set to lose, the question is how badly, there will be a...
No, Kem Goblin, him, because he needs to stay relevant to these rich people. Zelensky needs to stay relevant to these rich people. So no, Kem Goblin, he couldn't have just ignored all these rich people getting together. He wants to be, in their memory. because that's the big thing. That would kill the whole effort. It's like, oh, well, we're focusing on other things.
Fight for the soul of the Conservative Party, and either it will be destroyed or replaced by a party to its right, and people to the right of the people who have been generally running the Conservative Party for our lifetime ever. They want to be far more nativist, far more socially conservative, and of course the Thatcherite economic agenda would come back. It's really on the culture war stuff, on the value stuff. Wholly different creature to what we've seen with the Conservative Party thus far. You've got people saying, oh, would Nigel Farage lead the Conservative Party? This is now something which is in circulation as a talking point. Not saying it's likely, but it's a talking point. And you have the editor of the FT saying, oh, populism's over. Really? When people are saying...
Yeah, I do agree that Nikki Haley is indeed not Nancy Pelosi. I can... it's a hot take, but I mean it.
Farage might be a Tory MP leading the Conservatives. The Tories might get less than 100 seats in the next general election. I think if Reform ran with Farage as being someone prominent, they could. They could. And then, of course, in that aftermath, the role of Talk TV, GB News, The Telegraph, The Mail, I think The Telegraph in particular, there is clearly now a political project at the heart of The Telegraph, which is to replace the Tory party.
Nikki
as we
Haley
know,
hates workers.
Certainly, push the Cameroons aside. That's right-wing populism. Donald Trump just broke the record in the US. I know she was saying the UK, but broader context here. Donald Trump in the caucus in, what was it, Iowa, the first, primary, he got 51% of the vote. The record before was 41%. Okay, you got 30% more than the next best person. And people say, well, only 13, 14% turnout. It was minus 30 degrees. Okay, that's kind of what happens when it's cold. So the idea that the era of populism is over, no, we're looking at an era of populism which is being driven by technological change. The costs of entry to politics, media have fallen. Some of our media can even exist, right? Yeah. We're looking at massive economic and political grievances. Economic, really, since 2008, in this country especially. And those things aren't going away. The technological kind of shifts and the economic malaise, those aren't going away. Walk down a high street. I know I say this all the time. I posted a video of a place near where I live, Waterlooville in Hampshire, about what a dump it is. It's a dump. The place looks awful, awful, awful. Looks like something from 28 Days Later. It was picked up then by a bunch of papers, the Sun, the Mirror. I instructed the Sun to remove it. And I got the Mirror to pay the lady whose video it was. They gave her some money. But then the Daily Mail, of all people, they sent a reporter down there taking pictures. I recommend people Google this, Waterlooville Daily Mail. You'll see the pictures. It looks horrific. And that is the experience of much of England, including the southeast outside of London. But the reality is, Michael, these people, like the editor of the Financial Times, only care about a few square miles of this country. Really. Mayfair, a little bit of South London maybe these days, Dulwich, the City of London, Canary Wharf. That's what they care about. And then, maybe like their country piles. The rest of the country can go to hell. They don't care. They literally don't care. The people watching this, whether you're in Aberystwyth or Brighton or Bournemouth or Carlisle, doesn't matter. You don't matter. And as she says,
we see similar
the
dynamics
point
in the
of
United
quote-unquote
States
democratic
as well.
elections is that they have really two parties that are amenable to business. By the way, she doesn't mean business as you and I understand it, like small business.
Yeah.
Again, go to a high street.
No.
Business.
No, she's talking about the general direction of mass exploitation. And are we continuing that project? Are real wages going down, productivity going up, profits continuing to be sky high.
Saying thriving, she means asset managers. She means multinationals. She means financial services. Yeah. That's what she means. We have two political parties who will do what we want. Okay? Bugger the rest of you. Bugger the rest of the country. And that mindset has already exercised extraordinary political blowback over the last 15 years.
I haven't had one of these in 2 years.
Why would it stop? Oof. Why would it stop? Why would the effect and the consequence disappear if the cause is still there?
Yeah.
The basic causality. Apparently, that's too difficult to grasp if you're the editor of the Financial Times.
I suppose people always come up with these sort of reasons why.
Delar Mundo, I assume you mean between Biden and Trump? No, I don't think it would be a Reagan-style landslide in Biden versus Trump. I think it would be a very, very slim. It'd be like 50, 49, 51%. right? I think it's going to be a very tight race. And I don't think it's going to be a tight race because everyone's going to be rushing to the polls. I think it's going to be a tight race because no one's going to be showing up. The polls are going to look like this, dude. Oh, what the fuck? What's going on? You know, I think we're going to see very unmotivated voting, and that's going to result in very tight margins for both candidates.
It's just specific. Oh, yeah, Donald Trump might get reelected, but that's because the electoral system, you know, they've got these primaries and then they've got first past. We've also got first past the post. I mean, it seems, you know, the odds are on that we will have a Conservative Party after the next general election, which is more Trump-like, and then we will have a general election where the two horses in the race are a centrist centre-left Liberal Party and a populist right party, very much like what they're having in the United States right now. And as you say, the fundamentals, I don't see how they would have changed, whereby, oh yeah, that was possible in 2024. It's not going to be possible in 2029. I don't get it.
Yeah, so she's out of touch. I was hoping for more Davos on this. I really should have proofread this video a little bit more. This discussion was fascinating. Navarro Media is great. Make sure you like and subscribe, folks. You will not be disappointed. These guys are covering topics in a very fair way. Their agenda is very clearly focused on the truth. Of course, that can change. Sometimes that does happen when, you know, more money is involved. But right now, their popularity and their views are 100% earned. Really great stuff. Yeah, Leon, someone who is, you know, telling everybody to vote for the Labor Party probably would have a problem in Navarro Media calling out the incredibly lacking Labor Party. That makes sense because you're a bit of a cheerleader for the Labor Party, and yeah, Navarro Media definitely isn't on that tip. And I feel like I just lost a viewer. I feel like Leon is typing furiously, but no, man. I mean, like, maybe cheerleader isn't the right word, right? But you definitely heavily support the Labor Party. You've actually done activism for the Labor Party, right? And that's really great. I want to continue to celebrate that. Thank you for getting involved, following steps 1 through 3. Yeah, no, I've been watching Navarro Media. Okay, do me a favor. What's the number one thing that they've said or done that really irks you, Leon? Maybe I'll look into it and maybe we can find some agreement. Be like, oh yeah, that's definitely not cool. So then let me take back my cheerleader comment. I apologize, Leon. That was out of hand. That was out of pocket. It was out of pocket, dude. What does that mean? Like you're broke? Like you're out of pocket? Like I'm taking my pockets out? Seems to me Dems and Labor are semi-fascists who constantly empower the explicit fascists of GOP and Tories. Fascistic. I mean, in some places, I think it's more fair to say they're corporatists, right? It's the priority of the corporation. It's not really a priority of the neoliberals to fundamentally change our electoral system to benefit only the neoliberals, like the fascist right-wingers are doing. It's more of like, well, you know, what do my donors want? You know, plutocratic. Yeah, thank you, Ponder Monkey. That's probably a smarter word. So let me just respond to Leon here. They actively support against voting Labor and support the Greens. Ooh, yeah, okay, I agree with you on that. I haven't seen that personally. I haven't seen that personally. I'm not watching every single day. But if that is the case, then yeah, that's a big dumb move. With that said, your system is a little bit more different. Your system is a parliamentary system. And wouldn't it be great if the Labor Party had to do a coalition with the Green Party, just like the Liberal Party in Canada has to basically work with the NDP party because the NDPs were given a better share, right? Wouldn't that be good for the Labor Party to be listening to the Greens on some things? With that said, first past the post in parliamentary systems or you know, the system that I don't know, what would you call the Electoral College in the United States? I'm hesitant to call it democratic. Politically inefficient. I'm fine with calling out Labor, but they aren't constructive and are the types which lead to Tories. I disagree with that. I actually find their criticism extremely constructive. And I disagree. I mean, this is what happens when you get aligned to a party too tightly, is that you see any criticism of your side as a weakening of your narrative, right? Ergo, helping the counter narrative, helping the conservative narrative, right? Like, ooh, now's not the time to criticize XYZ. It's an election year, yada yada, whatever. Now's not the time. Right? Ergo, I'm a very smart person. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, though, right? Where it's like, we can't. Now's not the time to criticize. We can't criticize the party, my party, because we're up. This is a fight against conservatives. But I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Like, in a parliamentary system, wouldn't they have to, if the Greens were given some kind of share, right? Greens can't get enough seats, and they attack Labor seats, not conservative seats. We aren't Canada. I'm a socialist in totality. I merely care about political efficiency. No, I mean, so you are absolutely more knowledgeable on your system than I am, okay? So that's interesting to know that I would like proof behind that, because it sounds like very partisan of you to say like the Greens are not attacking the conservatives, but I have seen that dynamic where there's a party masquerading as a left party that really only spends its time attacking the dominant left party when there should be more of a balance. The NDP absolutely calls out the Conservative Party. They, in fact, they don't really, they stay kind of quiet on criticism of the Liberal Party, just for that reason that I explained before, because they're worried about messaging. They're like, well, now's not the time, kind of thing. They have one seat. Their ambition is to get 4 seats. I can't take them seriously. Leon, honestly, and I don't mean to be pissing on you, buddy, and protest the government. I'm going to need to see proof of that. You're very informed on this, so I respect your opinion, but I would like a little bit more evidence that the Green Party is somehow more of a threat to the Labor Party than they are to the Conservatives, the Tories. My country's mixed up here. Because it seems a little partisan. Oh, they're attacking us. Well, it should be a fight of us versus the Tories. I've seen that because I see this in America as well. You get these MSNBC wine moms that are like, any criticism of Hillary Clinton is you're a Trump supporter, right? This is her holding her wine bottle, her wine glass, right, between her 2 fingers. Any criticism of Hillary Clinton or the Democratic Party, you're a Trump supporter. We never can have third parties ever. We can't even talk about it. How dare you? You're a Trump supporter if you talk about third parties. You're a sexist. You're a sexist if you support Bernie Sanders. How dare Bernie Sanders challenge the DNC orthodoxy? And I'm not, in no way am I comparing you to a wine drinking MSNBC wine mom, okay? But I'm just saying, I see, like I said, this need to like circle the wagons, right? To defend your side, because it's a narrative war. It's an information war, that would be easier to fight if it was just one versus the other, instead of getting a third party involved in here. Switch to election system to range score voting, but they never make that argument. I mean, Justin Trudeau in Canada ran on changing first past the post to ranked choice voting. Never did it. Right? And when sometimes you see the neoliberals and the left talk about, in some places ranked choice voting exists in the United States, and you see that reform happening, of course. But yeah, what we need is a national reform, a national bill that says every election is ranked choice, and that would really open things up. That would really open things up, right? If I could vote for the progressive, but progressive doesn't win, my vote falls back to the neoliberal corporatists. Instead of opening up an opportunity for the right wingers, right, to take advantage of that. All right, so real quick here. Damn, we've been streaming for 2 hours and I haven't even gotten out of world news. I've been bloviating really hard today. All right, we don't have time for the global conflict tracker. We actually got to keep moving here. Shit. This has been 2 hours already? God damn, dude. Shut the fuck up. All right, we're going to jump into our Palestine news. Reform is more of a threat to the Tories than Labour. Green is more of a threat to Labour than Tories. I support constructive criticism. I am not a Starmer fan. It's just Green politics in the UK is not efficient. I see similar talk about the Green Party in America, and I've said similar things about the Green Party in America. So I want to believe you because I've seen it over here. The Green Party in Canada is also a fucking joke. I've seen that. Yeah, borderline feline. We did cover that. Skeptical on green politics in Germany. They shut down nuclear energy. In the UK, they support degrowth. Yeah, the degrowth stuff. Some of it is really great. Some of it, it's hard to even argue with. Some of the degrowth, policy opinions. Then some of it is like completely bananas. Like we're not eating bugs. You know, we're not gonna. You know what I'm saying? We're not all gonna shift over to a plant-based protein system. It's not gonna happen. Steak is too delicious. Could you imagine if America did this to? I mean, America fucked up Afghanistan and Iraq. But we didn't do this. But bugs should be an option. I agree, bugs should be an option. I'm not eating your bugs. I'm not eating the bugs. Okay, I'll just give me a salad. Fine, I'll eat a salad. Did you put bugs in my salad? Can I have another salad, please? You put bugs in my salad. America did provide the bombs. Some of them. About 50% of the IDF is funded by America, so it's very possible. But I mean, we fucked up Afghanistan and Iraq. Millions, like 1 million civilians died in Iraq. Over 1 million civilians died in Iraq. I don't know how many, hundreds of thousands of civilians died in Afghanistan. Then a plant-based lab burger. No, Ponder Monkey. I don't even like that Beyond Burger crap. It's not healthy. It's like all oil and stuff. But I'd rather eat the Beyond Burger than the Bug Burger, dude. I know, Flat Earth, and I love lobster. I'll eat lobster all day, dude. I'll eat the bug of the sea, but I will not eat the bug. I'm not eating bugs. I'll eat lobster, though. I'm a total hypocrite. I don't care. I know what I like to eat. I'll be completely hypocritical about my tastes in food, goddammit. Well, I'll be wildly hypocritical. Beverage bug, salad bug. Must be higher than 40% now. Maybe, possibly. Yeah, those numbers that I'm referencing are probably pre-war. Genocide Joe lied about seeing images of beheaded babies to give cover to this destruction. I have not seen the beheaded babies either. With that said, I don't need to see them to know that Hamas is not. Look, you're not going to be able to destroy. This is not going to destroy Hamas. This is not destroying Hamas at all. Hamas is perfectly fine with this. Okay, we cannot destroy terrorism at the barrel of a gun. With that said, there's no, as an international body, right? There's no real negotiating with Hamas, right? You could do some prisoner swaps or things like that. You already eat bugs. Red food dye comes from crushed up bugs. It's so true. I don't care. I'm a radical hypocrite. I love candy that is red. I eat red food dye all day. John Hamas will be very sad about this. Yeah. This is not going to destroy Hamas. It's clear to me what the goal of this campaign is. It's to push the Palestinians out, to give them nothing to come back to, being like, well, we just resettle. Israel's not going to let us back in. My home doesn't exist anymore. I'll have to literally rebuild from the ground up. Might as well resettle. That's what this is about. That's what this is about. That's why they're attacking the so-called safe zones. Like, no, keep going south. Keep going south. Red, red, red. I get it. I'm not eating your bug burgers, Zoomers. Wanted to show this once again, just backing up what I'm saying about Hamas. You know, this is not the way that you defeat Hamas is with a healthy democracy and a healthy middle class. That's the only way to defeat Hamas. So if Israel was serious about defeating Hamas, they would have done what they did what they did without all the bombing, but move the troops in to northern Gaza, engage with Hamas, force Hamas further south, set up a perimeter, and then allow the Palestinians to with the protection of Israel, allow the Palestinian Authority, who is the government of Palestine, okay, because all of a sudden now Gaza is its own government and its own country, I guess. But then you get the PLO in there, right? And then from the West Bank to the Gaza Strip, you secure and do real elections. You give the Palestinian people a real election for the first time in over a decade. And you use your power to protect them from Hamas, to allow them to govern themselves, right? Kind of like a jump start on a battery. What you don't do is flatten, is complete and utter devastation just to 90% of the buildings, making ambiguous promises or responses about when people are coming back and how that's going to be handled. Right now, as we speak, there is no concrete plan to return the Palestinians to their territory. So what is it going to be, right? What, 6 months, 12 months, 2 years? We all know what the plan is. Delay, 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 delay. Eventually, the settlers start trickling in. Oops, now we have a quagmire that's even harder to unwind, because now we have to kick out God-fearing Israelis by force. Oh, that's not going to look good on the news. But there's no working directly with it. There's no negotiating with Hamas. Israel confirms Hamas hostages seen in proof of life video were murdered. These poor fellas, or this one guy looks like, this poor guy, kidnapped by Hamas. And how does this benefit Hamas, by the way? You know? Wasn't this guy more valuable alive? It's such a shit show. They're such amateurs. They're not liberators of their country. They're not putting their country before their own murderous desires. Indian popular in Israel, 1,000 of Israel protesting Netanyahu right now. Yeah, but they're not protesting Netanyahu to free the Palestinians. To work to create a real, to work with the PLO to create a real stability in the Gaza Strip, and to create that two-state solution. Thousands, watch out. Hamas is such amateur. They're terrible. They're terrible. They don't know what to do. They had a golden opportunity to run in, kidnap some folks, do some real negotiating. And what do? They gleefully murder people and hold and basically act like diehard villains. Some kind of like Rambo villain from the 80s, like twisting their mustache. Oh, we'll chop off more heads if you don't do what we say. Yeah, thank you for that. If you could maybe give me a source on that 1.8%, that seems a little too low, because I have seen evidence that there's definitely not a majority, but there is a minority of Israelis that do believe in some kind of resolution with the Palestinians. But I just wanted to point this out, you know, that this is not, it's unbelievable some of these lefty commentators talking about Hamas as if they're freedom fighters. Freedom fighters know how to keep a hostage alive long enough to negotiate properly. You know, these slophouse amateurs can't even keep their hostages alive because they can't control their own people. The murderous band of murderous psychopaths can't keep order amongst themselves. World communism.
While South Africa accuses Israel of
So
genocide,
here's another
of the
one from
International
Navarra
Criminal
Media, but it's not really about Navarra Media. I had this one queued up, but I got burned hard by Windows. It literally did a bunch of I put my computer to sleep. Click start, sleep. I turn it back on. Oh, hey, I've applied a bunch of updates and I need to restart your computer twice. Windows, what the fuck? I didn't tell you to do any of that. So anyway, I had this queued up to Piers Morgan. But this is really interesting. Over here on Talk, what is it called? Talk TV, which is there's like 3 or 4 new right-wing centric media organizations in the UK, just like in the US, One America News, Newsmax, pushing an extremely hard right narrative, scooping up all these hard right journalists that were kicked out of their original seat. Now, with that said, Piers Morgan, from the very beginning, has distinguished himself as more of a proper journalist than some of the other clowns by doing interviews with the Palestinian Authority, by doing debates between Cenk Uygur and Israeli authorities or Israeli representatives. Yeah, Chem Goblin, speak. What are you talking about? Everyone is obliged to serve 1 year in Israel, so does everyone is vested mentally. That's part of it. Yeah, there's the propaganda in Israel since, you know, if you're a very young person, if you're born in Israel, the propaganda starts immediately about, oh, it's justified, this is our land, you know, the Palestinians are the invaders. Apparently, words like apartheid and occupation are never explained or never brought up. Apparently, there's something you could try instead of Windows. I'm not getting on Linux. What are you, smoking crack? I'd be over here troubleshooting. I'm trying to show a YouTube video and I'm troubleshooting a plugin. I tried to use Linux Mint as my main driver 15 years ago, and that was a total disaster. I love Linux distributions. I use them all the time in my IT work. I'm not going to do that, though. I'm a gamer. I play video games. And I don't want to deal with bullshit, so I'm not dealing with Linux. Anyway, 15 years ago. Yeah, okay. Okay. Should I do a stream with Linux Mint and just show how much of a disaster that would be? Yeah, okay, I'll do that. OBS is open source, so. But anyway, Piers Morgan over here has distinguished himself from the rest of from a lot of the right-wing journalism when it comes to Israel and Palestine, showing, you know, trying to doing a better job of showing both sides. So he's finally decided that enough is enough. The ethnic cleansing campaign is too blatant. The murders are out of control. It's getting harder and harder every day to justify this as a anti-terror campaign when the evidence is so clear. So Piers Morgan, and once again, I need to point this out. Mainstream media, this is unbelievable for any member of the mainstream media, new or old, to be coming out and saying this, because 10 years ago,
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
10 years ago, you could not point this out in any shape or form without being fired and your career basically being wrapped up right then and there. Welcome back, Zio
history. Israel's no plan for life beyond the war except occupation or anarchy. and the nightmare scenario of the conflict engulfing the region is edging closer to grim reality.
Maybe borderline.
With US-led strikes on Yemen and fears of war in Lebanon. Prime Minister Netanyahu, pandering to extremists who prop up his government, says nothing, not even the International Court of Justice, will stop him. Israel has dropped almost 30,000 bombs and shells on Gaza in 100 days, 8 times more than the US aimed at Iraq in 6 years of war. It's true that every war in human history has taken many lives, including many innocent civilian lives. But 24,000 people in 3 months, with God knows how many more beneath the rubble, is that still a proportionate response? Every day of this war, I've asked that question of many guests. From afar, it's looking increasingly like the answer is becoming no. It's true that the Allied forces killed masses of innocent people in Dresden, in Hiroshima, and beyond to defeat the Nazis in World War II. But that was 79 years ago. We created systems of international law to make sure the atrocities on both sides would never be repeated.
Woke patriot.
It's true that this was Israel's 9/11, and there was no public appetite for restraint back then. But that yearning for justice took US into 2 disastrous and deadly wars.
Right,
Shouldn't Israel learn from those mistakes? And it's true that Hamas is an oppressive, misogynistic terror group which hides in tunnels and uses its people as human
Watch your
shields.
language, commie.
85% of the entire population has now been displaced. 70% of Gaza's homes and half of its buildings are damaged or destroyed. Only 8 of its 36 hospitals are running. 2/3 of schools and 100 mosques have been damaged by Israel's bombardment. Is destruction on this scale really what it takes to eradicate Hamas? And if the answer is yes, well, why are they still in charge? When will Israel provide some evidence that it has a plan for life after this war, for the Gazans and for Israel, and that that plan is remotely workable? There are major unanswered questions about this war with major consequences for the world.
So that was only part of his sort of big...
Yeah. Is there a Piers Morgan censored version? What are you talking about, Cam Goblin? But no, I recommend watching this entire thing. It's really great. Make sure you check it out. And you know, I mean, I gotta see this Navarro Media green. I mean, it's hard to call it out, right? Because you got to watch it every day to even catch stuff like that. But I guess we'll see. There's going to be an election very soon in the UK, so we'll get a pretty big mouthful of Navarra media and election opinions, so we'll see there. Yeah, No Justice MTG, she's great. Calls the show Piers Uncensored. I get it. So I think this was before the war, but it's interesting to see, you know, this is the Orthodox Jewish community that often disagrees with the Israeli government. Sometimes, though, vehemently, you know, so sometimes these folks will be the settlers that are actually taking over Palestinian territory. Other times, depending on the sect, the Hasidic sect that you belong to, these guys will be vehemently against what the Israeli government is doing to the Palestinian people. It's you know, it's something else. The Hasidic community and the various factions in there. This region, this space they're in, is apparently called the 100 Gates, and this is apparently this is like where a lot of the Hasidic Jews hang out. And apparently, if you're walking through and you're not you know, very religious, you apparently get harassed physically, not just verbally. So this area, this 100 Gates area, is well known for antagonism by the Hasidic community. But I wanted to show you how the IDF treats its own citizens and how this reflects what we see with the Israeli government, which is their extreme right-wing government, a very extreme right-wing government. And no matter where you're from, this is how extreme authoritarian right-wing governments deal with people that they disagree with or people that they see as a threat to their power. Take a look. You ain't stopping these guys. If you've ever met a Jewish person, like, no, you're not stopping him. He's right behind him. These Hasidic guys, they don't mess around. So, yeah, that just gives you an example. Now, I don't know if the caption is correct here. Like I said, this could have been footage from before the war. But there are Hasidic communities that support the settlers, going out and taking Palestinian land. And then there's different sects that have a different interpretation of history and the book. So, but I just wanted to show you that it is an extreme right-wing government, and they all look the same. This is how they handle it. And I agree with the Israelis that are protesting against Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir. But the cold, harsh reality is that a grand majority of those people that are protesting and saying, we want you to be replaced, the people that are lined up to replace Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir are in some cases more extreme or just as extreme. And I don't think there's any legitimate Israeli I think maybe there's one Israeli political party that supports peace with the Palestinians. They are nowhere close to power. I think that's the case if I remember correctly. Thank you for that follow, Lilith Hobo. Those security forces are throwing their weight around complete impunity. Yeah, and they do have complete impunity. Absolutely do. They get little slaps on the wrist. Oh my God, more Navarro media. I'm so sorry, Leon. And we're not going to watch this 60 minutes. We're going to watch the whole 60 minutes, guys. Strap in. No, we're not doing that. We're going to watch the really only the first minute here after the intro. But I wanted to point out, okay, now we literally is like, does Bibi Netanyahu think we're stupid? I think he does. I think he thinks everyone is really just stupid, and they're gonna go along with this because the United States has their back and they can kind of get whatever they want. So now, after college professors and all kinds of people lost their jobs and everyone, and now they're pro Hamas because they said from the river to the sea, and they pointed out that this is this has historical context that existed before Hamas started using the term. Oh, but you're fired. You're fired. You got to leave. You got to resign. You got to resign. So now Bibi Netanyahu is saying from the river to the sea and talking about how Israel, the whole, it's so funny. Like he'll come out with a statement that says, "Oh, we're absolutely not taking over the Gaza Strip," and then the next day he comes out with shit like this. It's almost like he's trying to confuse you. It's almost like it's a big gaslighting campaign to keep you completely confused and in the dark about what the hell is actually going on. Spineless Commie, one more anti-Semitic comment like that, and you are absolutely getting the fucking ban, dude. You're not clever. You're not going to sit here in my chat and make little clever responses like that. One more out of you, and you get the ban, bud. Hey.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Unironically, he has always passed as a sociopath to me. Bibi Netanyahu, yeah, no, I mean, if Bibi Netanyahu isn't good enough for you, Ben Gvir should fit that bill pretty well. I mean, Ben Gvir, fuck sociopath, psychopath, dude.
They are.
In the future, the state of Israel have to control on the entire area from the river to the sea. This is what happens when you have sovereignty. This truth I say to our American friends.
So offensive,
and I
so
also
offensive.
stop
Now we're co-opting
the attempt to impose us a reality.
Now we're co-opting it with the same intent as our enemies, right? Our enemies were saying it in terms of annihilating Israel, right? That's what Israel's saying. If you say from the river to the sea, you're basically saying, death to Israel, right? That's not what I'm saying, Jeff Bezos. I'm just, quote. Okay. But that's what the lie was, right? That everyone who says that thinks that Israel should be destroyed. So now he's using it in the context of annihilating Palestine. And what Joe Biden,
that will jeopardize us.
No, you see, a weak, spineless commie, and that's just a perfect name for you, by the way. You are, in a very bigoted way, saying the Jews as if all Jewish people are some monolithic element that has, as a hive mind, right? And that they're in all total agreement. What you are saying is textbook anti-Semitism by saying the Jews. Okay. Thank you so much for your participation in the News Underground Weak Spineless Commie. Have yourself a nice day. Go ahead and say goodbye, folks. Here we go. We're just going to go ahead and do one of these bad boys right here. Weak Spineless Commie. Thank you so much for your participation. Go ahead and fuck off for me. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Go ahead and fuck off. Thank you so much. God, he was nice. Wasn't he great, folks? Wasn't he great? Something else. Weak, spineless commie. Thank you so much.
A prime minister in Israel has to be able to say no, even to the best of friends.
That was Netanyahu speaking.
So, yeah, like I said, I think he thinks we're idiots. And it's working because it's been total effing crickets. It's been total crickets from news media, where's the call out? Right? We're firing professors and firing all, politicians and saying politicians need to step down for uttering the phrase. Then the homeboy over here. Oh yeah, from the river to the sea. We want to, So does that mean you want to annihilate Palestine? No, of course not. Oh, so what do you want to do with Palestine? I don't know. I don't like the PLO though. I don't like the PLO. I don't trust any of the Arab countries or the PLO. So I don't know. What are you going to do with the Gaza Strip? Well, I mean, we're not going to occupy it forever. I don't know. I wanted to show this video after the video that I just showed because there's a lot of bad actors that are like, oh, you're taking it out of context. Oh, it was just an isolated statement from a nobody who's not associated with the government, even though it's Bibi Netanyahu. So here are several other statements made recently by leaders in the Israeli government about what the real intent is. About what the real intent, because it seems like they're talking to the Western cameras, CNN. Oh, we have no intention of doing that, and then they make speeches to their own population. They're like, oh hell yeah, we're doing it, boy! Woo! Get down, son! I mean, it's like it's a total 180 in messaging. And here's more proof of that. Once again, I've been saying this since before October 7th. I said that, like a year before October 7th when I did a Gaza Palestine special. I was like, it's very clear what's happening here. And I have not been convinced otherwise. Oh, the tunnels, this and that. The main thing for me is the goal the eradication of Hamas so that the Palestinian people can live free? Or is the goal to completely remove the Palestinians from this area so that Israel can eventually take it over? You tell me what you think after seeing official statements from the Israeli government, from officials within the Israeli government.
זכור את אשר עשה לך עמלק, נצטווינו.
Amalek.
אנו זוכרים ואנו נלחמים.
Now go and smite Amalek, utterly destroy all that they have and spare them not, but slay both man and women,
it's an
infant
entire
and suckling.
Nation out there that is responsible. It's not true. This rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved, it's absolutely not true.
אין חשמל, אין
all
מזון,
civilians are targets.
אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם, ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
Very puzzled by the constant concern.
No, borderline feline. It's not anti-Semitic to have negative views of people who are supporting the ethnic genocide, ethnic cleansing in Palestine. It's not anti-Semitic to have negative views of those people because they're not doing that because they're Jewish, right? Just as Muslim people, being Muslim doesn't automatically make you a terrorist. Being Jewish doesn't automatically mean you support the ethnic cleansing campaign in Palestine. And the bigots of the world, the people that go the Jews, they almost call themselves out when they do that. They're intentionally lumping it all together. They're intentionally lumping them all together. Really because they're simpletons, and it's too difficult to inject any nuance, right? Good luck having a conversation about anti-Semitism and Zionism, and how the assumption that all Jewish people support Zionism is in itself anti-Semitic. Good luck getting to that part of the discussion.
Which the world is showing for the Palestinian people, and is actually showing for these horrible, inhuman animals who have done the worst atrocities that this century has seen.
עזה לא תחזור להיות מה שהייתה, וחמאס לא יהיה. חסל את הכל.
I don't think I agree with that statement, Lilith.
إسرائيل فرضت إغلاق كامل على غزة.
هناك إسرائيليون يعني وصفوا الفلسطينيين في غزة وصفوهم بأنهم حيوانات بل أقل من حيوانات.
أنا لا أسويهم بالحيوانات لأن هذا تحقير للحيوانات.
So that's an insult to animals. I don't call the Gaza citizens animals. That's an insult to animals. Who's this fella here? Trying to get his name. Israeli academic. Okay, so not a government official here.
لا أسويهم بالحيوانات لأن هذا تحقير للحيوانات. هذا رأيك دكتور مردخاي. نعم هذا رأيي.
Well, okay, that's a really ignorant POV that completely forgets everything that happened before October 7th. The 40, 50-year history of occupation and apartheid. You're either intentionally forgetting to help your narrative, or you're just naive and you haven't really looked into it, and you're just kind of cheering on one side that you perceive as the good guys who are fighting some very bad dudes. I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to put quotes behind the bad guys in Hamas. They are the bad guys. But yeah, that's a very ignorant and naive point of view you got there, Kay.
שלא הם, לא אמא שלהם, לא הילדה שלהם, לא התינוקות שלהם. אסור להם לחיות לחיות האלה.
Oh, yeah. So wise, Kay. Wow, did you come into my chat to give me this wisdom? You're such a smart person. You have so much wisdom to provide. Thank you so much for spending your time to to put that in my chat. So much wisdom. Anyway, this fella here, Israeli army reservist. I think he's been in Israeli government for a very long time. This is what his message is to the IDF. Finish them off quickly and leave no memory of them. Flat Earth, that's a good point. It's a good point. If your allies have mass graves of children underneath their churches, then you're the bad guy. Canada's proud supporter of Israel. That's kind of a oversimplification of that scenario. Lilith. Problem is starting when two states were created. Yeah. So just you blow them away. So yeah. So you started off this conversation saying, "Oh shucks, guys, I don't really know what's going on." But the way that I see it is that it's Israel was attacked and they're striking back. Now all of a sudden you seem to be aware of the narrative. You seem to be well aware of the situation, Kay. Problem is starting when two states were created. So, right. So you seem to be fully aware of the history and what the agenda is. So it sounds like you fully agree with the eradication of the Palestinian people then, Kay? Do you have the balls to admit that that's what you're advocating for, is the complete eradication of the Palestinian state? Erase them, their families, mothers, and children. These animals can no longer live. Kill them all. You have an Arab neighbor. Don't wait until he comes in your house. Preemptively. You gotta kill them. Kill them all before they kill you. Is a necessary means to achieve the goal. So I mean, these are important statements right here. Creating a severe humanitarian crisis in Gaza is a necessary means to achieve the goal. Oh, the former head. Okay, well, come on. Isn't that, come on, former head. Yeah, Kay. Yeah, but you don't really have any other options, right? And you fully support the Israeli government and what it's doing. But you don't support ethnic cleansing, but you totally got the Israeli government's back. Kay, the only solution is full ethnic cleansing campaign. You're totally right, Kay. That's the only solution. I know, but you don't have the balls to admit that that's what you want. But you totally got the back of that Netanyahu government, don't you, bud? You're so fucking pathetic.
תראה, לצורך המטרה... אתה חושב שאנחנו יכולים להרוג מאות אלפי פלסטינים ברצועת עזה והדבר הזה יעבור? תראה, עכשיו בתקשורת הזרה...
You don't support them, but you sure do. You sure are working hard carrying water for the Israeli government's narrative of justification. I don't support Israeli politics. I only do everything I can to support the Israeli government's narrative that they're fully justified in annihilating the Palestinian people. But I don't support Israeli politics, guys. I just carry as much water for the Netanyahu government as I can carry. Homie, you're on ignore. I'm going to go ahead and go back to the show. Thank you so much, Kay. Your contributions are just so essential. So here we have former information minister, come on, guys. Invest this energy in one thing, erasing all of Gaza from the face of the earth. Come on, he's not part of the government. Come on, former member. What is this, fake news? Here we go. Another former. I mean, this is all propaganda. This is just pro-Hamas propaganda at this point. The Gazan monsters will fly to the southern fence and try to enter Egyptian territory, or they will die. Annihilate Gaza now. Gaza needs to turn into Dresden. Land is ours, the whole country, all of us. Kay is pretending to not understand the history of the situation. Kay is pretending to be naive about the situation in an attempt to asking questions and to inject the Israeli government's counter narrative of justification into the discussion. That is what Kay is doing. So please do not participate in that. Okay? Yeah. Kill. Kill. There you go. A bunch of Hamas propaganda right there. I mean, they're not even real members of the Israeli government. They're all former members. Come on. Intellectuals, celebrities. They don't affect the zeitgeist. Come on. The only thing that matters is the concrete official statements of the Israeli government. And even then, if they aren't that great, we should probably ignore those too, because, come on, guys, they don't mean it. Come on, guys. That's crazy. The United States wouldn't let them just take all of Palestine. Oh, come on. No way. U.S. says no way to solve the Israeli security Gaza war without Palestinian state. It's interesting to me how they're fully aware of these Middle East dynamics now. Remember, Woke Patriot, remember when the United States government played stupid on what blowback was and the tribal relationships between the Sunni and the Shia? They're like, oh, we just can't figure it out. It's so complicated. It's so complicated. But all of a sudden, they're fully aware of common sense. Fully aware of common sense. Do you think this is so? Let's just say, you know, we move forward 10 years. The West Bank is gone. Gaza is gone. It's now all Israel. Do we think the Arab terrorism blowback problem will just stop? No, that's why we have to invade Iran. That's why we have to go after Iran. Okay, then, okay, we take care of Iran. Blow it away. Okay. What, is Iran now Israel? Oh, now some Arabs out of Egypt or Jordan. Oh no, Jordan. Oh, there's a new group, Hamas 2.0, Famas. After the gun, they're calling themselves Famas, and oh, they're really scary. I guess we got to go into Jordan now. I guess we got to go into Jordan. Anyway,
ever since the Israel
moving on, we have two more videos here, Israeli-Palestine, and they are good ones. They actually lead into each other really well. So strange to live in a world where the morality of the situation is stark, but our leaders uniformly choose evil. Yeah, I'm hesitant to agree to the term evil, but hey, Kay, your little shtick has really gotten old there, buddy. Just gonna go ahead and do this right now. Yeah, I know I hate free speech. Oh, boo, boo. Oh. It's not your show. Go ahead and do your own show, buddy. Go ahead, keep those false narratives going. Don't you love it? Immediately, oh, you support Iran? Oh, you ooh, attack. Ooh, twist what he's saying. Inject my own narrative into this. Ooh, I'm taking over this chat. Yeah, this is my job. Spreading these narratives, twisting people's opinions, and gaslighting people into thinking the authoritarianism is great. I'm just asking questions. I don't really know what's going on in Israel-Palestine, but, you know, I honestly feel like the problem is the Palestinian state in general. I don't have any really hard opinions on this, but, you know, I think things would be better if Palestine was eliminated. But I don't want that. I don't agree with that. But, you know, that's really the only option. What choice do they have? But I don't want that. I think that's bad. That's bad, but they have no option. They have no choice, so... They think we're stupid. You know, they think we can just be manipulated and tugged around by our heartstrings. How to Defeat a Liberal. I read the book. It's pathetic. And I will not be gaslit into an alternate reality. All right, these two videos here. Is the Israeli-Gaza war spreading across the Middle East? Question mark. Spoiler alert, yes, seemingly. At least a little bit. And are we already in the midst of a regional war in the Middle East? Kind of, yes, maybe. Maybe kind of. Depending on how far Iran wants to push it. And no, I don't support Iran. I did a whole 20 minutes on my opinions of Iran at the beginning of the stream. But we can't talk about Iran's actions in a vacuum. Okay? If you're going to talk about what Iran is doing, we have to talk about what the West is doing to Iran and to the Arab coalition. Okay? We're not dealing with a bunch of mustache twirlers who are like, I like crime, I like evil. Who wants to do some crime, fellow Iranians? Ooh, me. We're not dealing with that, okay? We're dealing with rational actors who are responding to a geopolitical system. Oh, I can't be playing this. We got front 242. I'm going to get DMCA'd, dog. Jesus. Anyway, we're dealing with rational actors, and we can't just be talking about Iranian aggression in a vacuum. We have to talk about how it's a response to Western domination, or at least an attempt. Oh, that's not happening. That's not happening. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The United States empire along with the Western Alliance, the UK, Germany, France, bunch of Japan, bunch of others, Israel, obviously. There is an agenda there, okay? There is an agenda. Is it global domination? I don't know what you want to call it, okay? But there is an interest to have control. And when the United States doesn't have control of a country or an economic system or anything, the United States turns antagonistic against it. They don't try to. The United States doesn't work with, these systems that are challenging the dollar. The United States tries to destroy them. Racist in chat. Who's racist in chat? Who's racist? Oh, the Euro. Yeah, Lilith, can you stop with the European hate, the stuff against the Europeans? I kind of agree. I don't know if it's racist, but it's really fucking annoying. So I agree. This is your one warning. I don't want to have to say it again. European? What does that even mean? White people? Just white people in general? Yeah, that's the solution to liberty and equality. Just extreme racism against the other side. Okay, yeah. That'll fix it. Stop with the European shit.
Gaza war started, there's been a fear the conflict could spread. And that's happening. Across the Middle East, we're seeing airstrikes, bombings, assassinations and border raids. The most high-profile escalation involves Houthi rebels in Yemen, attacking shipping in the Red Sea, they say in solidarity with Palestinians. In response, the US and the UK have attacked Houthi positions, most recently with US strikes on Wednesday night.
Weirdos that come
and a day before America began attacking the Houthis, the US Secretary of State said this.
We were focused on making sure that the conflict ongoing now in Gaza doesn't spread to other places. That's been our focus since October 7th, and it remains our focus today.
But as America's own actions show, stopping the spread is proving difficult. As the New York Times puts it, the regional war no one wanted is here, and it asks, how wide will it get? Because already, along with the Israel-Gaza war and the exchanges in the Red Sea and Yemen, there have been other incidents in Iran, Syria, Iraq and Lebanon. And all of these different escalations connect both to the Israel-Gaza war and to longer-term tensions too.
What you have here really are two sets of conflicts overlapping. One, Israel v. Hamas and the ramifications of that. But of course, behind that, the much longer running and wider conflict between a low-level conflict, if you like, between Iran and its various allies in the region and Western interests more generally, and the United States in particular.
We're seeing this overlap play out across the region. Following October the 7th, there's been an increase in border clashes between the Israeli military and the Hezbollah group in Lebanon. Hezbollah is backed by Iran,
exercises starting in 10 days.
Is Hamas. Then, in early January, there was an assassination in Lebanon of a senior Hamas leader. It's assumed...
Yeah, Davin, we can... At least we know that, there's no one really interested in starting shit with NATO. That's a good thing. Because a confrontation with NATO is the beginning of World War III. I mean, that is we're getting very close to World War III territory if we're having an honest, if NATO is like boots on the ground, yeah, that's a big deal.
Israel was responsible. The same is true of the assassination of a senior Iranian commander in Syria in December. Syria is an ally of Iran. Israel is trying to disrupt Iran's regional network, located in these places, what Iran calls its axis of resistance.
Iran uses its allies, non-state actors, allies, in order to show solidarity with...
Holy crap! What do you think this guy does in his free time? Calligraphy? Jesus Christ. I think his house is made of books. I don't think he has walls. He just literally put a roof on top of a big stack of books and he just lives inside it like a weird hamster.
Israel with the Palestinians in order to increase the costs of war in Gaza for Israel and the United States, and also to divert some of Israel's military
he hasn't read
from
any
Gaza
of them.
to the northern fronts with Lebanon.
Yes,
Last
read a single
November,
book.
Iran's foreign
He
minister
watches
said
trash
Iran
TV
does
all
not want
day.
the war to spread, but warned a wider conflict could prove inevitable. And recently,
Yeah, Kim
Iran has
Goblin,
shown
yeah.
it is willing
The
to take
bookshelf
military
texture.
action. 2 weeks ago, in an Iranian city called Kerman, the Islamic State group carried out the biggest bomb attack in Iran.
Well, woke patriot, I mean, I know who you're talking about. You're talking about the Pizzagate people, and yes, absolutely, they are crazy. With that said, I'm writing a movie script, I guess. It's a book or a movie script. I don't know what I'm writing, but I'm writing something about human trafficking, and I've been doing a lot of research, and I will say it's endemic, and the amount of kids, young people being trafficked is shocking, because we're not talking about dozens, we're not talking about hundreds, we're talking about thousands of young people being trafficked, and the efforts to stop it are wildly inadequate, right? So once again, kind of going back to what I said earlier about something else, but it's the Pizzagate conspiracy theorists are doing a disservice to the real human trafficking situation that's happening across the globe. So it's definitely it's definitely not as full blown as what these conspiracy theorists are saying. At the same time, I think it's something that's so horrible that people kind of don't pay as much attention to it as they should. It's literally one of the most horrible things you could imagine, right?
In decades, and Iran retaliated.
A lot of people just don't
with
even want to
strikes
think
in
about
Syria aimed at what it claimed were Islamic State positions. There were also missile strikes in Iraq, targeting what Iran claimed was an Israeli spy base. Iran also claims that Israel and the US were, in part, responsible for the Kerman attack. Iran's provided no evidence for either allegation. Iran is relevant to other escalations in Iraq too. In recent weeks, there's been an increase in attacks by Shia militias on US forces in Iraq. Those militias are backed by Iran.
Well,
then this week, another layer.
Jeffrey Epstein existed, and he's not an anomaly. He built a whole network based around high-end prostitution of children, and he's absolutely not the only one. And he's not like I said, anomaly. Do you need a book? Just put "Liberalism is greatest on recording on repeat." I don't know about that. I mean, I'm a liberal. I'm on the left. I'm a progressive. Liberalism is greatest. I don't know. That sounds so cringe.
Of complexity was added. On Tuesday, Iran launched a missile and drone attack in neighboring Pakistan. It said the target was an Iranian militant group. In response, Pakistan launched retaliatory strikes.
He's alive somewhere. Oh, he ain't
Iran.
alive.
These developments don't directly connect to Gaza, but they do connect to Iran's broader efforts to establish its military strength in the region. They're more evidence of how fluid the security situation is, and faced with that situation, each country, each military group, has choices to make. For now, the Houthis keep attacking shipping in the Red Sea, and the US has redesignated the Houthis as global terrorists. It continues its military action too. The Americans argue this is the way to stop disruption in the Red Sea. But not everyone takes that position.
France decided not to join a coalition that sought to carry out or had carried out preemptive strikes against the Houthis on their soil. Why? Precisely because we have a stance that seeks to avoid any escalation.
But escalation
what do you feed him,
is what's
goldfish
happening.
crackers?
And this week, Iran had this message.
If the genocide in Gaza stops, then it will lead to the end of other crises and attacks in the region.
Pretty clear what this guy is saying. The foreign minister of Iran, basically saying the reason why you're seeing this uptick in activity is this is a direct result of the invasion of the Gaza Strip.
Then it will lead to the end of other crises and attacks in the region.
Israel denies carrying out genocide, and an end to hostilities in Gaza will certainly not end the long-standing tensions in the region. But while we are some distance from a full-scale regional war, there's no doubt the Israel-Gaza war continues to pour fuel onto fires that were already burning.
Indeed, dramatic pause. So this leads right into the next video here, which is a more in-depth look at what has specifically been happening in the Middle East. You know, what should we be afraid of? You know, is Allah Akbar going to come get us? No, I'm kidding. Oh man, remember that Bush era fear that we were going to get attacked by terrorists at any time? Can't believe I'm nostalgic for that era.
Now, the United States said on Wednesday that it had attacked 14 missiles that were loaded and were to be fired from Yemen. And this was the fourth day of US strikes in less than a week on Iran-backed Houthi militants who've been attacking merchant ships in the Red Sea. Now, according to the US Central Command, a drone launched by the Houthi rebels had struck a US-owned vessel. Ship tracking sites show that the boat then turned back towards the Suez Canal. The Houthi attacks and the...
I mean, I think if there isn't a war with Iran and the United States is not going to mess around. I think, you know, if boots are getting put on the ground, I think the United States we're going to see a surprising amount of assistance and support. With that said, I don't think the United States government, conservative or Democrat, would have the cojones to put American boots on the ground to do a full Iraq, Afghanistan without some kind of justification, right? 9/11, right? There would have to be some major Iranian terrorist attack in the United States for the United States to put boots on the ground in Iran. But if shit were to get hot and Israel was acting as a proxy, we would probably fully get 100% get behind the Israeli government to do that. And once again, you know, I need to point out, guys, this is not a solution. This is not going to fix whatever problem we are perceiving. Did it fix Iraq? Did it fix Afghanistan? Did it fix Vietnam? You know, did it fix Cuba? Did it fix Venezuela? Correct me if I'm wrong. This is try number 2 with Iran. We literally already deposed their wonderful democracy. They had a flourishing democracy that we destroyed to install the Shah, who got deposed because he was so fucking horrible. We've learned negative. We've learned negative nothing. We're in the negatives right now, and we're probably just not going to change anything. Wipe out all the leadership in Iran. What are you going to do? Who are you going to install? Who's replacing him? Oh, I don't know. We'll figure it out later. I don't know. We got a plan. We're the CIA or whatever. Come on, intelligence agencies. Come on. We got it all figured out. We know what we're doing. You know, they say that. They say that shit, and then they bungle it so fucking hard you'd have a heart attack looking at the bill. Afghanistan, $2 trillion. Can you even put that in your head? $2 trillion? So we're just going to try that again in Iran, huh? But somehow it's going to be different. We're going to do it better this time. Smarter. Ugh. Yeah, SB. Yeah, and I'm sure I have all kinds of problems with the monarchy that was in Iran, right? But it's interesting to me though, like, you know, because we saw, you know, shills for Israel saying, oh well, the U.S. was successful with ISIL it was ISIL, right? They were saying specifically with ISIL, not ISIS. Because ISIL's effectiveness was diminished. ISIL was already an extremely small breakout of ISIS, and it's not even gone. It's still there. So there's no evidence that blowing up Muslim Arab people makes this problem, whatever that is, whatever the problem is that what they disagree with American hegemony. Right? Is that the problem? That they disagree with the U.S. hegemony? Blow them to shit, blow them to shit, blow them to shit. That'll fix it. It creates power vacuums that are filled by horrible bad actors.
Response from the US followed the outbreak of fighting in Gaza between Israel and Hamas, which the US and others classify as a terrorist group, with tensions rising.
A lot of Arab governments, though, are cynically using the Palestinian situation, the Palestinian cause, for their own geopolitical aims. I don't honestly believe the Iranian government gives two hoots about the Palestinians. I think they see this as an opportunity for, I don't know, some kind of growing of influence, right? This is an opportunity to make them seem more formidable, you know, to the West.
In the Middle East, there are concerns that a wider regional conflict could develop.
It's not hegemony.
Israeli bombs strike Khan Yunis in the Gaza Strip after more than 100 days of fighting. Despite claims that the war is entering a new phase, there has been little sign of a let-up in a conflict, which the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says has cost over 23,000 Palestinian lives. On the Israeli side, almost 1,500 have been lost. What started with an unprecedented terror attack on October the 7th is quickly spilling out beyond the borders of Israel and Gaza, drawing in Israel's traditional ally, the United States, on the one side, and on the other, Hamas backer Iran. Recent days have seen dozens of attacks throughout the region. In Yemen, Iran-backed Houthi rebels are continuing their campaign to disrupt international shipping lanes.
It's not hegemony.
That despite dozens of airstrikes from the United States and others targeting Houthi military installations. In Iraq and Syria, Tehran attacked several sites, including one it claims was being used as an Israeli spy headquarters. Lebanon has also seen several Israeli airstrikes, which the Israel Defense Force says were targeting Hamas leaders and Hezbollah. As world leaders gather in Davos for the World Economic Forum, U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan warned the world was on a path to an escalation of hostilities in the Middle East.
Yeah, and
an escalation that could see the bloody conflict that began on October the 7th spreading to the wider region.
Okay, let's put this into perspective with Ian Lesser. He's the Vice President of the German Marshall Fund of the United States, which is a non-partisan American public policy think tank, and his expertise includes Middle Eastern security affairs. Ian, thanks so much for your time today. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of this, can I ask you, on a scale of 1 to 10, how dangerous do you deem these current developments in the Middle East?
Well, it's good to be with you. It won't surprise you probably that I would say 8. But we weren't at 8 over the last years. We were at perhaps 5. There was always the potential for escalation. Many of the things that we're seeing now are actually building on long-standing unresolved disputes, frictions, violent actions, all sorts of things that existed beforehand. But they've come together now in a very dangerous way.
Can we focus in on Iran's strikes on Pakistan and now Islamabad's retaliation? Do you see a link here to the Israel-Hamas war?
I actually don't necessarily see a link, except to say that Iran is now in a mode of striking out at various groups around the region, on its borders, in ways that probably are driven by the fact that the regime simply sees this as integral to its survival, that it's simply built into the sort of operating strategy of the regime in Tehran, that they should be actively striking at groups working against their interests and supporting other kinds of cross-border terrorism in many cases that they see as promoting their interests. And so it's a period of particular activism for Iran, but also there are probably groups looking to take advantage of this even inside Iran, as we saw.
Pretty level
ISIS striking in Iran not long ago.
Okay. So you're saying that Tehran provoking so many actors at once is essentially it trying to show its own strength?
Well, I think, just like many regimes, Iran sees the protection of its sovereignty, not only that, but its own regime survival is something that is foremost in its planning. And, the ability to keep supporting these movements is something that's simply built into the structure of the regime. And of course, there are now many, many more disputes, conflicts coming to the surface where Iran is going to see some stake in intervening. And I think that's what we've seen in Iran and in Iraq,
focus.
and now in Pakistan.
Looking at the Israel-Hamas war, do you think that a resolution to this conflict could allow things to more or less return to where they were? Or has a wider geopolitical struggle, started now that will essentially reshape the Middle East?
Fragging low
Well, the
key.
crisis in Gaza
Thank you so much for that follow.
Obviously builds on a very long-standing unresolved dispute between the Palestinians and Israel, and that's really the underlying issue here. Many people over decades have tried to make progress on that front. Sometimes it's looked better than others. We're at a particularly low moment now. I think if there is a ceasefire in Gaza, it certainly would help, but it's not going to resolve many of the things that we see happening. It's not really going to change many of these dynamics. Hezbollah and Lebanon will still have the same grievances with Israel. Israel will still have its same security concerns. Iran will have its own interests in the region. And, the fear, of course, is that now, in a sense, we're pulling on a string and you don't really know where this ends.
Yeah.
And where will all of this leave Israel, do you think? I mean, will it now be in a weaker diplomatic position in the region? Might it now be forced to make certain concessions that it had ruled out in the past, Palestinian statehood, for example?
Doesn't want to.
Well, most of this depends, obviously, on the political equation inside Israel, and that's in flux, obviously, in the wake of events. Israel, before the current set of crises, had been in a really rather strong position diplomatically in normalization with many countries that were important to Israel in the Arab world. That now, much of it, not all of it, has fallen apart. In some ways, it's not. It's surprising in a way that given what is happening, that certain relationships have actually been preserved in a sense, with Saudi Arabia, most surprisingly. But obviously there are others where there was an opening, including with Turkey, that have now, really been set back. And so, yes, I mean, Israel does face greater diplomatic isolation.
Saudi Arabia,
it's not complete in any sense.
It's money over everything in Saudi Arabia.
Any Israeli government is going to have to reckon with in the coming years.
Ian Lesser, Vice President of the German Marshall Fund. Ian, thanks so much for your time today and for your insights.
All right, so there you go. Yeah, look, this guy, little bit of a snooze fest, but this chick is awesome. This chick is awesome. Trust me, we're sticking around for her. She's great. I kind of want to do an interview with her. What's her name here? Mariev Zonstein from the International Crisis Group. And you can tell, you can almost tell when people are following this stuff day to day, because there's just a certain sadness about what, how she's talking about it, where she's very aware of the cynical geopolitical reality of the situation here. So let's get to it.
Arrived, intended for scores of Israeli hostages being held in the territory, as well as for Gaza's own desperate population. The delivery comes after Qatar and France mediated a deal between Israel and the militant group Hamas, which is deemed a terrorist group by many countries. It's the first agreement between Israel and Hamas since a week-long ceasefire in November. Now, the Israeli president, Isaac Herzog, has called Iran an evil empire, which is at the root of tensions in the Middle East. He was speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, and he said that Hamas, which many countries classify as a terrorist group, was armed and financed by Tehran. Iran was using Hamas, he said, to derail stability not only in the region, but in the entire world.
It's really disgusting to see the Israeli government weaponize these hostages that they don't give a hoot about. We're talking about the hostage. 90% of the buildings have been damaged. The bombs that were dropped indiscriminately have already killed hostages, and these guys just cynically, putting the like they care, like the Israeli government cares about these poor hostages. It's just so tragic, And Hamas, once again, sloppy rank amateurs over here. You kidnapped a baby. You kidnapped a baby before he was 1 year old. And where's the negotiating? Where's the, you know what I mean? What is it? You're just holding on to him? I mean, what is even happening? There's no plan. There's no plan there. They're terrible at this.
Only in the region, but in the entire world.
Yeah,
but let's get some analysis now with Myrav Zonshine. She's a senior analyst with the International Crisis Group. Myrav, in the past few days, we've seen the Houthis and the U.S. exchange fire, Hezbollah continue attacks on the Israeli border, Iran attack targets in Iraq and Syria. I mean, is this the region-wide war many have been fearing?
I think it's fair to say that we are.
Israeli border, Iran attack targets in Iraq and Syria. I mean, is this the region-wide war many have been fearing?
Yeah, Ace, that's a good point.
I think it's fair to say that we are in a regional war. It's not an all-out war. There's degrees. And I think where I'm standing in Israel, if there was an all-out war with Lebanon, with Hezbollah, it would look quite different where I'm sitting in Tel Aviv. So there's obviously, it could get a lot worse. But as far as Israelis are concerned, they're fighting on several fronts. And I think as far as, some analysts would argue, and I probably would agree, that in some ways the U.S. and Israel are now at war with Iran in various ways.
Speaking about Iran, because Iran does appear to be heavily involved, whether it's with the Houthis in Yemen or Hezbollah in Lebanon or militias in Iraq and Syria, what does Iran want?
Yeah.
Right. Well, I'm not an expert on Iran, but I can tell you that this is, we're seeing after October 7th, kind of the culmination of years of a buildup of power that Iran has directly funded and in different indirect ways has built up as well. And we're seeing it now in action. And so I think that is something that is both directly and indirectly a product of Iranian strategy to build up power and project it against Israel and the U.S. And we're seeing it now take effect. And that doesn't mean that Iran is necessarily directing what's happening. I think the Houthis are, somewhat autonomous and not always cooperative. Hezbollah has its own interests in Lebanon. While it's a very difficult and failing state right now, it's still a state.
Iran might not have full control over
Hamas,
Hezbollah.
for example, the October 7th attack, it's quite likely that Iran didn't know about it, even though it works into its strategy of keeping up pressure and attacking Israel. I think what we're seeing is a culmination of years and years
Seems like the Israeli
of
government
building
knew
up
it was
of
going to
power
happen.
and strategy.
Yeah.
Given this build-up, do you think that the future of how this moves forward depends on how the Israel-Hamas war turns out, or have things now been set in motion that are independent of the outcome of that war?
It's a very good question, and it's one that I'm also grappling with, but I think it's pretty clear, especially from the short pause that we had in late November in the Israel-Gaza war, that if there was a full ceasefire in Gaza, that we would see a cessation of hostilities on most of those fronts, if not all of those fronts. That doesn't mean that those don't have their own nature, that they could, spiral out of control. But I think what we've learned since October 7th is that the entire regional stability of the Middle East depends in large part on what's happening in Israel and Palestine. And so absolutely the first thing to do would be to immediately call for and implement a ceasefire here, and then hope that that would start to calm the situation and de-escalate across the region. And then, of course, you would have to turn to diplomacy.
How likely are we, realistically, Myrav, to get a ceasefire at this stage?
Oh, Iraq.
Unfortunately, it does not look good. There's even a fight within the war cabinet in Israel and amongst the families of the hostages who would very much like to see a cessation of the war right now in order to secure the release of the hostages. That's something that they're pressuring the government on. The prime minister has said outright that he refuses. He has his own political and domestic reasons to do that as well, but he also claims that the goal of deteriorating, destroying, dismantling, whatever you want to call it, of Hamas is still something that he believes Israel will achieve, and he wants a lot of time to do that. I think the way to get to a ceasefire is for the U.S. to pressure Israel to agree to one.
Exactly what I've been saying from the very beginning, that the only entity here that can force Israel to do anything is the United States. And the fact that the United States is showing very little interest in doing that speaks very, very loudly, regardless of whatever statements, Kirby and Biden are making about how the Palestinian state needs to exist and yada, yada, yada. Their actions are pretty damn clear, if you ask me.
And it has not done that so far.
But can U.S. pressure actually work on Israel? I mean, the U.S. has been trying to pressure Israel for a number of weeks now. We've had deliberations at the UN Security Council as well.
Why?
But Israel continues.
Because for the same reason that the United States, to answer Typer's question here, the same reason, Typer asking, why do you think the U.S. refuses to intervene? For the same reason that the United States has been supporting Israel since its inception, is that Israel is a military satellite in the middle of the Middle East, right there. And, and it allows the United States to project its power in any direction it deems necessary. The sacrifice being made there is the Palestinian state, is the Palestinian people. That is the sacrifice that the United States is willing to make so that they can continue to project their power directly in that region instead of indirectly, right? So that's the reason why the U.S. refuses to intervene. It's kind of the, what is it, the Faustian bargain? Is that the right use of the term, woke patriot? Kind of a Faustian bargain, right? Cut off your hand to get more power, kind of thing. Well, it's like the United States. Going back to what I said earlier, the United States is never punished for what it does to the Middle East, what it does to brown people in the Middle East, in these in these desert areas. The United States is never punished for that. So it's 50 years, 50 years going strong of Palestinian oppression. What's the difference? I mean, like I said before October 7th, the project is almost complete. Look at the West Bank. Look at the West Bank shrinking, little circles getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And then what do we see here with Gaza, right? Just a complete clearing out the north, pushing everybody to the south, and eventually, and they're already moving into the south, right? I mean, I don't know if they'll be able to succeed with because if you just take the north and you leave the south, then you don't have to deal with the humanitarian crisis of 2+ million Palestinian people getting pushed into Egypt or Jordan somehow, right? You can conquer the north, secure it, wait long enough for for everyone to stop giving a crap, and let the settlers trickle in, and then in 10-20 years, quietly declare it officially Israel, like what they did with Jerusalem. Right, when they had complete control of Jerusalem, Trump gave them the thumbs up, and they're just like, oh yeah, Jerusalem is all Israel now. We're not sharing it anymore, right? And it's just some official ceremony that happens, and the media, oh yeah, Jerusalem news. Okay, back to Kardashians or whatever, distraction. So I think that's going to be what they're going to do, and then they'll deal with the South. But I mean, I don't know, they could probably get away with taking the entire Gaza Strip and creating a massive humanitarian crisis, and the United States will still have their back. As long as Iran acts like big boogeymen, yeah, we might see the United States let Israel get away with it completely. I mean, what are they really gonna punish Israel? Because in this context, that would be an opportunity for Iran or some other, I don't know. It would be Iran if anyone did an attack directly to Israel. But we got nukes to deal with. No one's attacking each other directly. I don't know what I'm talking about, man. This is so fucking complicated.
With its operation in Gaza, in fact, it is winding it down, but the operation does continue. How much influence does the U.S. really have on Israel?
That's a good point.
The U.S. has a lot of leverage. It could condition its military.
Yeah, Typer. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, no, I meant Muslim countries. Yes, thank you. I should stop using that terminology because it is confusing.
Weaponry and armament of Israel that Israel relies on. It could condition aid, things that have been floated now by certain progressive Democrats, something that has been quite taboo in the U.S., but is now becoming a little bit more accepted.
A little bit.
That would be the leverage. The U.S. has the power and has chosen not to use it. I think Biden has really tried to go along with Israel's war effort and to try and navigate Israel into a more strategic place, but Israel clearly isn't going in that direction, and the U.S. also has sided with Israel in this war. So it would require a lot of political will and capital from the Biden administration when they're now entering an election year. So it would be something Biden would have to really go all out for.
We'll leave it there for the time being, but
yeah. I don't, you know, and I think if this wasn't an election year, we might get Biden more interested. Oh God, what is happening? Oh no. Oh my God. Wow, what in the hell is happening? Oh my God. What is going on here? I shouldn't have done that. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my God. Thank you so much for that raid or mass follow, or did someone gift me some followers? Thank you, Talented, Store, Hateful Cat, Shock Secret, Look Needy, Talk Wakeful, Repulsive Change, Limping Flower, Selective, Direction Scattered, Cook Sharp, Gaudy Minister, Hollow Run, Fast Hole, Combative 69, Greatest Wood, Pleasant Girls, Snakes Dysfunctional, Rightful Soap, Boundless Arm, Fallacious Pig, Demonic 96, Alleged Pot 58, Brash, these do sound like bot names, Handsomely Join, Muddled Creator, Deer Cart, Flawless Voyage, Yielding Frogs, and Upbeat Unit. Hey, well, I mean, thank you. Thank you for the follows. Thank you very much. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. Thank you, whoever did that. I'm very much in appreciation for that. Thank you for helping the News Underground with making that follower list much higher. Yeah, it's like, you know, adjective, noun, underscore, number, right? But hey, you know, this is the kind of stuff that helps channels. So I'm not bitching. I'm not complaining. Thank you once again for that. Sorry, the meme explosion. If you do it again, I promise I won't leave the meme explosion. We'll continue. We'll watch the whole meme explosion. I'm very sorry about that if that's what you wanted to see. Oh my God, I have so much more news. What's the incentive for Israel to stop doing what it's doing now? The conflict has been brewing for close to a century now, and the explicit Gaza situation has been deteriorating since 2006. I don't see a difference. So I refuse to agree with this narrative that the only choice that Israel has is ethnic cleansing. It's not easy. It's not easy to work with the PLO. To work with the Palestinian people in Gaza, to create some kind of security, to create some kind of functioning government. Right? It's not easy, but I refuse to believe that the only solution is a complete and total ethnic cleansing campaign. Right? Because a lot of Israeli shills or Israeli government shills try to make the argument that if we give the Palestinians a state, they will immediately attack us. If we let them alone to their devices, they will immediately attack us. And look, October 7th is proof. October 7th is proof. That's a bigoted point of view, that you're immediately a terrorist. You know, that's like believing every Chinese person knows Kung Fu. You know what I mean? Oh, Lenny, you out of here? Hey, Lenny, big props to Lenny. Hey, and if you're in the chat, follow Lenny. Click the Lenny name. Click follow on Lenny, please. He's doing his own streaming. He's got great content, great stuff. Make sure you check it out. Okay. Here we go. How do we say this?
Hegemony.
Chem Goblin, I think you owe me a little bit of an apology, buddy.
Hegemony. 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 Hegemony.
Thank you so much. I have the hardest time with this word. Like the Israelis weren't holding thousands of people without charge before October 7th. Yeah, I mean, two wrongs don't make a right. You know, two wrongs don't make a right. Be realistic for a second. So the realistic, yeah, no, be realistic. The only solution is ethnic cleansing. Come on, guys. The only realistic solution in Africa was apartheid. That was a very complicated situation, and there was just no other way to handle that situation, guys. Just, you know, you can't trust them. You can't trust them. Yeah, sleepy. Yeah, no, I mean, hey, Israel has no choice. They have to ethnically cleanse, or else they will immediately be attacked by big scary terrorists. It's not like we're dealing with human beings that just want to live in peace. I do agree Hamas is total trash, and you know there's no real negotiating with Hamas in terms of a government, but Hamas isn't really the government. Last time I checked, Palestine is still the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. The PLO is the legitimate government in the Gaza Strip. I know there was some kind of election held, but think about that. They held an election in an open-air prison. Losing a war isn't ethnic cleansing. So no, it's ethnic cleansing when you target civilians, and we've shown plenty of proof of that. And 90% of the buildings in the northern Gaza, 90% damaged. Yeah, Watcher. I agree. So that's where the IDF needs to set up, you know, security so that a real dialogue can happen, you know, with outside of Hamas, right? Because Hamas is stifling any kind of debate, any kind of democracy. The PLO is resisting democracy. You could get the PLO to embrace democracy if you remove some of the settlers from the West Bank. Oh, we can't do that. Oh no, we can't. That's anti-Semitism. We can't remove settlers from the. Oh, we can't. But it's too complicated. It's too complicated. We can't remove settlers. It's too complicated, guys. You can't do it. Might as well. The only solution is just to let the settlers keep everything, okay, and let them expand. I guess, you know, it's illegal that they're doing it. It's bad that they're doing it. Yeah, exactly, Davin. What's the incentive? Didn't we win? Don't we get spoils of war? Weren't we fighting another nation's army? You went into an open-air prison, started fucking up the place. Yeah, Sleepy. Yeah, that was a mistake, right? That was a mistake. Yeah, look what happened. The only solution is just full ethnic cleansing, guys. No other choice. 1 + 1 = 2. Because it worked so well for the United States in Iraq and Afghanistan when we tried to de-terrorize, when we tried to remove terrorism from those Middle Eastern countries. The one thing that we didn't do, though, was an ethnic cleansing campaign in Iraq and Afghanistan, completely removing everybody. Because that does eliminate terrorism, doesn't it? Completely removing everybody from a region, no more terrorism, guys. We did it. We did it. We replaced a city with a mass grave, but we did it. All right. Yeah, rebel. When we kicked ISIL's butt. Oh, wait a minute. No, we didn't. We diminished ISIL's effectiveness in one area, and they still exist somewhere else. No, I mean, you know, it is. If Israel completely takes over the Palestinian state, West Bank, and Gaza Strip, Gaza won't exist inside those regions. Or, I'm sorry, Hamas won't exist inside those regions, but I don't know. Do we honestly feel like the hostilities would just end? Just no more hostilities, huh? There wouldn't be any hard feelings on that one? Oh, yeah, there'd be hard feelings, but we'll just kill those people. We'll just kill those terrorists. And we'll just be a pariah in the middle of this Middle Eastern region. Yeah, I do have a solution. Yeah, the United States needs to pressure Israel to reduce the settlements in the West Bank, to pressure Israel to have real negotiations with the Palestinians, and it's impossible. Oh yeah, the PLO, that no one negotiates with Israel, no one acknowledges Israel. So Israel doesn't need to be honest actors. No one else is an honest actor. Why does Israel have to be an honest actor when no one else does? Except there's plenty of evidence that negotiations are possible. The United States could force Israel to do that by reducing the amount of support, reducing the amount of help and aid, and saying, look, if you want this aid to continue, you need to play ball with the Palestinians, with the PLO, actually negotiate a two-state solution. Oh, impossible. The only solution is to wipe them all out. We have to do it for our safety. Man, woman, and children. Or is that woman and suckling? Right? Alamech. Woman and suckling. Take them all out. It's all justified. It is utopian, though, to think that the United States is going to intervene. As you know, I just spent an hour and a half showing evidence that the United States has no interest in changing its position on Israel. Yeah, lazy. Yeah, it's so complicated with those settlers. We just can't do anything about it. Yeah, there's already a family living there. I mean, what can you do? Almost like Israel is using settlers like human shields. That ain't right. That doesn't sound right. All right, we're moving on, folks. I've had enough fighting with the pro-genocide crowd for today. It's so tiring, isn't it? It's all justified. What's your plan? We have no other choice. Got to kill them all. Got to kill them all, guys. It's not how it works, dude. We can't do anything about the settlers. We just got to... So what's your excuse when the settlers start moving into northern Gaza? Huh? What's your excuse there? Yeah, Watcher. Yeah. No, I mean, the Israeli targeting of Palestinian civilians. Ain't great? It's all justified, guys. It's all justified. Isn't that great? We're up to 30,000 civilians. How many members of Hamas have we actually killed? Couple dozen? Couple hundred? Imagine some guy coming up to you, some guy who doesn't live in your country coming up to you, telling you your family, your wife, your child had to die because we got some driver. He was a terrorist. He worked for Hamas. He was an essential part of their operations. Right? Your family had to die so that this essential element to the Hamas terrorist organization could be eliminated. Oh yeah, what did he do? He was some low-level guy. I don't know. He used a Hamas cell phone, so we tracked him and blew up his entire region. He's dead though. We got him. Yeah, we got him. Woo! We got the terrorists. Your family had to die. Okay, this is all justified. All right, moving on to U.S. news. Speaking of justified terror. Yeah, Rebel Phoenix. Yeah, no. Well, I mean, if you don't have to worry about terrorism if you just literally empty out the entire region of people. You know, Israel found a hack. Because, technically they will succeed, right? There will be no Hamas in Israel. Because Israel's going to take over Palestine, kick everybody out. Yeah, Typer, exactly. No one wants to admit that. That the terrorism that we're seeing is the result of blowback created from policies from the last four decades. But that would mean that Israel. Are you saying Israel had this coming? Is that what you're saying, N-Typer? That Israel had this? You hate Jewish people, don't you? You're just an anti-Semite. Blowback, that's just another word for anti-Semite.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Israel didn't have this coming, okay? We were minding our own business until October 7th, and then everything changed. Our 9/11. We'll go back, quick double tap. I don't think Israel had it coming. I don't think anyone ever deserves what Hamas did to those people. With that said, shit like that doesn't happen in a vacuum. You know, Hamas isn't just filled with anti-Semitic rage to the point that they would plan and execute this for no reason other than they hate Jewish people. Might have had something to do with the open-air prison called the Gaza Strip, or the pockmarked remnants of what was once the West Bank. Might have had something to do with that. Yeah, Rebel Phoenix. Well, there's another great example. It can work with enough time if you kill enough of them. And you just, you know, pretend like it's not an issue with enough time. It is interesting to see the chickens come home to roost in Canada when it comes to its indigenous population and coming to terms with the fact that every building is on indigenous land. Hey, thanks, Santa Claus. The old Western frontier. Speaking of the Western frontier, let's get to it. United States news. Strange little factoid here. The United States just expanded its territory by 1 million square kilometers. The U.S. got bigger? Yeah, no shit. Listen to this. The U.S. just expanded its territory by 1 million square kilometers. In a historic move, the United States has officially expanded its geographical territory by 1 million square kilometers, an area nearly 60% the size of Alaska. The catalyst for this territory expansion lies in the redefinition of the U.S. continental shelf boundary. So this is most of this is underwater, under the ocean. By invoking international law, the State Department has outlined new areas under the sea where the continental shelf, a seabed area surrounding large land masses with relatively shallow waters, extends further than previously recognized. This monumental addition is spread across 7 distinct ocean regions, with over half of the new territory located in the Arctic. Sleepy, we have no choice. I know. Sleepy, I'm not going to deny what you said there. Will you accept that Israel has never accepted the existence of the Palestinian state? You won't, will you? Oh, but what about? Can you come to terms, Sleepy, with the fact that Israel, since its inception in the 1940s, has never accepted the existence of the Palestinian state? They've only accepted the existence of the PLO as a negotiating body? Can you accept that, Sleepy? No. Israel wants peace. No, the Palestinians always rejected. That's why it's justified. That's why we can conquer. That's why we can take over their whole country guilt-free. How dare you try to guilt trip us? That's anti-Semitic. So someone in the chat here had a map. See if we can find it. No. Someone had a map of the changes. Oh, here we go. So this site with the new boundaries. So this is the extension to the shelf. No, they didn't, Sleepy. No, they didn't. You're a liar. You can't admit it. You can't admit it. Israel, look it up, honey. Look it up. Israel has never accepted the existence of the Palestinian state. They've only accepted the existence of the PLO as a negotiating body. The bare minimum for Clinton, for President Bill Clinton to say, I did it. I created peace in the Middle East. Israel has never accepted the existence of the Palestinian country. Ever. Oh, well, yeah, well, they need to do it first. Or else we can genocide them. If they don't do it first, then we get to kill them all. Or we get to take their property. We get to do whatever we want. So, Lazy, what's your solution, huh? Just continue status quo, continue to let Israel do what it wants. That's clearly going to work. I mean, it will work once you push everyone out of the Gaza Strip. Do you have a solution other than I fully support the Netanyahu government's actions? Anyway, here's these new shelves right here, and right here. Yes, exactly. Typer, 100%, 100% Typer. It's all a delay tactic. And Sleepy doesn't even know that he's kind of part of this, but he's part of that delaying narrative. Oh, we want peace. We want peace. We want peace. As they take more and more and more. We want peace. We want peace. Not punishing or stopping the settlers. Maybe little slaps on wrists here and there. Completely dominating the entire northern Gazan area. The solution is for the United States to step in and stop the madness, and Joe Biden is a coward, and he never will. Settlements is bad politics. Yeah, it's so bad that the Israelis have continued that program for decades. They just can't stop it, and it's almost like they refuse to. It's almost like the settlement program is an essential element to the takeover of the Palestinian state. Several settlements have continued through several Israeli government administrations. Oh, we just can't lick it, guys. We just can't figure out how to remove people who kick, how to evict people. We just can't figure out how to do that. Governments are so terrible at evicting people. They're so bad at that. Just interesting tidbit about the U.S. expanding its territory. Yeah, lazy. Yeah, no, they can't fix everything, so why even bother? Things are hard. Things are complicated. Might as well just let the status quo perpetuate. We certainly can't call out the bad actors like you over here refusing to admit that Israel has never acknowledged the existence of Palestine, but holding the Palestinians to the same standard. Well, you wouldn't be genocided if you just accepted our existence. So you'll accept their existence? No way! We'll never accept the existence of a Palestinian state. No way! So I got to show you this. This will make you sick to your stomach. So this nepotism baby who was born on third base has some advice for us regular schmucks on how to be a millionaire before you're 30. Okay? Listen up, chumps. Okay? Here's the hot advice from someone who has lived it. Okay? She's been there and back. She's been to the front lines. She knows what it's like to run a multi-million-dollar business. Okay? Listen up, chump.
I'm going to be a millionaire before I'm 20, and this is how.
Awesome. All right, what do we got to do?
I work for my dad's company.
Oh.
Be Grant Cardone's child.
Okay.
Work for dad.
Right.
Tough starting stipulations, but let's see where else this goes.
Yeah, let's give it a shot.
I have a contract with them, and I get paid every month.
Wow.
Have contract. Get paid $48,000 to $60,000
every month.
Okay. Bit vague, but all right. Making $50,000-ish per year, we're going to become a millionaire. How are we doing it?
That money then goes into real estate where I get some passive income I get to go spend. I never get to touch that principal income. So every year that principal doubles, triples, it stacks on top of each other.
Wow, that's how it works, guys. Didn't you know that? That's how that works. Doubles, triples every year.
In real estate, that doubles or triples every year.
That's how it works.
Wow, I need to find me some of that real estate.
Right?
Fantastic.
And over time, that principal in real estate will make me a millionaire. By the time I'm like 20 years old, I have like 600, 800,000 in real estate.
Okay, so I'll actually only have about like $600,000 to $800,000. So I won't quite be a millionaire, but I'll be pretty close. I guess if I round it up.
Yeah, no, it's, look, the path to being a millionaire is getting like a $600,000 to $800,000 loan from your parents so that you can, you got to start somewhere, right? You got to get that first property. So What's your problem, chumps?
Pretty close to a millionaire. Still pretty good by 20. So I just need to be Grant Cardone's child, work for Grant Cardone, have a contract with him to get paid $50,000 a year, and then invest all that in real estate that earns me 2 or 3 times appreciation over time, and I will be able to have $600,000 to $800,000 in real estate holdings by the time I'm 20.
Wow.
Easy.
Easy peasy, dude. Let's do this. Let's do this. So obviously, complete moron. She's young, stupid, you know, doesn't know any better. Literally every single human being has been this person. Okay, I was this person when I was this age. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. This would just be a fun lark if people like this weren't installed into power or inherited power by their fathers. So, like it or not, our lives could be run by this person, right? She's going to run a company. She's going to maybe run for office. She's going to support politicians her entire life. And her opinions are based off of her incredibly narrow, privileged point of view. And she since birth has never understood what it's like to be poor, has never understood what it's like to suffer. And she's going to make decisions that will affect the well-being of people because her daddy's going to install her. We need to address the issue of nepotism in our governments. We need to throw away this idea of dynasty, you know, this Kennedy dynasty, the Bush dynasty, right? Oh, McCain, the daughter of McCain. We got to throw that shit in the trash. Or else we're going to have these pathetic, mediocre, privileged people running our lives. Moving on to the next story here. So, rare big W. I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to caveat this, not going to point out the inadequacies of this. This is just a big fat W from the Biden administration. Maybe it'll be watered down, before it actually gets to us. So Sleepy not only supports ethnic genocide, ethnic cleansing, Sleepy also supports nepotism millionaires running our lives. Right. Cool. So you're just a shitty person. You just think rich people should be able to run our lives indefinitely. Here's the thing about inheritance tax, Sleepy. Serving a military building, houses, okay. Why am I responding to these bad actors? But I have no problem with, you work your whole life, you make a couple $1,000,000, right? And, because you bought a house and you've been scrimping and saving. I don't think that should be heavily taxed when you bring that over to your family. A couple $1,000,000, whatever. Inheritance tax should be hitting the billionaires. The $500 million plus guys that are dumping country-sized fortunes into these little pieces of shit's pockets, and then all of a sudden we got to deal with Elon Musk for the next 50 years. So I don't think that taxation or that wealth tax should be hitting everybody the exact same. I think we should be taxing the rich more. Inheritance tax should be hitting the rich more. And as it goes down, should be diminished or reduced, completely. But anyway, big W for Biden here. The Biden administration is ending bank overdraft fees as we know them. This is huge. Under a new Consumer Financial Protection Bureau rule, overdraft fees at large banks will be strictly regulated and capped as low as $3 Low-income Americans will save billions of dollars. So if you have been poor, if you've been in a situation where you got $20 left in your bank account and you need every penny, I've been there, maybe you've been there, right? You got like $20.98 in your bank account. You're like, okay, I have just enough to like get by. But you can't pull a $20 bill out of the ATM, right? Because they're going to take 5 or 10, depending on where you're at, right? They're going to take a big chunk of that. So now you got to get creative with your $20 left in your bank account and how you use your card and all that. So this is great news. Of course, it's capped at $3. We got to let the corporate banks continue to screw us a little bit. Come on, guys. It's literally just pure profit for the banks. These overdraft fees. It's literally just money in their pocket. Typer, you're funny. No, Sleepy. You can't support ethnic cleansing and claim to be a leftist, honey. It doesn't work that way. Well, I guess, I don't know, maybe if you're a super communist and you support Mao or Stalin, then maybe, right? But a modern progressive in the modern era does not support ethnic cleansing. Okay? Yeah, it's hard. It's very difficult for Israel to do this. With that said, there are other options on the table outside of bombing every building. 90% of the buildings damaged in northern Gaza. You don't support it. No, you do. You do. You're gaslighting and playing games. Well, what's the solution then? What's the solution? Oh, there's no options. I present some options, some solutions. Oh, that's pie in the sky. That's pie in the sky. That can't happen. That's impossible. What's your solution? Oh, the Israeli government's bad. I don't know. We just status quo though. We had no choice. But big W for the Biden administration. Good job. I'm curious how this will be watered down before the end of Biden's term, right? That's how this always happens. Remember the student loan thing? Oh, Biden's going to pay off your student loans. And by the time the money was handed out, it was means tested and reduced to like just a couple, like, did even 100,000 students get their debt removed? Or was it like 20 or 30? It was like 50,000 or something. It was like, it was under 100,000. I don't believe in horseshoe theory. I think horseshoe theory is too simplistic. It leaves out way too much human ability to work against their own self-interest, to be contradictory in a myriad of ways. Horseshoe theory, yeah, I don't buy it. Come to think of it, a real progressive president might force the banks to give back the overdraft fees they already took. Ace, what a lovely idea. Redistribution of wealth? How dare you? I'm on the cusp of being a millionaire right now, and you insist that I spread my wealth around? I'm not a millionaire yet, but I will be. And when I am a millionaire, I'm not going to give my money to little Jimmy. Any news on Ukraine funding? Yeah, nothing new, actually. Actually, the latest scuttlebutt about Ukraine funding is Ukraine, the United States, the international community might approve Ukraine utilizing like $500 billion of frozen Russian assets, frozen Russian government assets to utilize in the Ukraine war. And that actually might be a great move, because that could help Ukraine future-proof itself if a right-wing government, if a Trump wins in the United States and all the support for Ukraine goes away. Well, if Biden is able to secure this release of funds to Ukraine, this $500 billion to Ukraine, that could give Ukraine enough resources to maybe, I don't know, to at least last a couple years. Tankies and Sigma males furious that overdraft fee is only 3. Exactly. Only real men give the bank $20 every time they pull money out. Who is Trump? We're all Trump. If you're American, there's a little Trump in you. That's the disgusting part. He is the worst of us. He's like if every terrible American trait was squished into a human being and became sentient. So this is really fascinating. A little bit of climate news. Oil companies don't care about you. Oil companies continue to think you're an idiot. This person breaks it down really well. This is apparently a $130,000 camcorder. It's a FLIR camera that's able to see spectrums of light that human beings can't see. And what this camera is confirming is that this facility that should be capturing carbon, that should be capturing these off gases, is just releasing them into the air, no problem. And it's apparently been happening for years. This is a problem happening all over. There's no regulation. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Israel staying within the 1967 borders. Boy, that would require removing tens of thousands, I believe, at this point, settlers from their West Bank settlements. Oh, boy. Boy,
cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
How dare you? How dare you? Boy, the Holocaust comparisons would be thrown around like Halloween candy. No, I agree. I agree. Sure. I agree. 1967 borders. Yeah, Oslo Accord. Let's do it. So anyway, take a look at this video. This is really great because she kind of explains, you know, the situation, how this has been going on for years. It's never changed. And that this whole facility, what this whole facility is a big ruse, right? So the regulations say that the oil company has to install this facility, but the regulations don't say that it has to upkeep this facility. So they haven't upkept the facility, and it's not doing its job. It's supposed to be capturing these gases so that they could be, you know, transported and sent somewhere, and it's not. And it's been like this for years.
It is called Soapy Smith, and it is a Chevron site. And this flare has been unlit for...
So, Watcher, you're saying being nonviolent, so that would pertain to the Israelis as well, right, Watcher? Right? If that's what we're talking about still? Yeah. So, being nonviolent. So you agree that the violence that the first Nakba, you know, the settler violence, all that violence that Israel has perpetuated against the Palestinians, that should also be calculated into our conclusion of the situation, right? Or should we just ignore that because October 7th? Has everything changed after October 7th and literally everything Israel does is fully justified now? Shut up, Davin. Thank you.
Maybe 2 or more.
I got guys defending genocide and ethnic cleansing in my chat, Davin. Should I just, you know, it's like I want to kick them out. That'd be nice, but they haven't said anything overtly racist. They just fully support an ethnic cleansing campaign. So, you know, thank you for that follow, wise guy. Let's start the video over.
This site is called Soapy Smith, and it is a Chevron site. And this flare has been unlit for maybe 2 or more years.
Wow.
Every trip that we've been here, it's been unlit.
Watcher, I noticed that you totally, in a completely cowardly manner, completely ignored what I brought up, which is the decades-long history of Israeli violence against the Palestinians. I noticed that you completely disregarded that, and I used to be pro up until the second intifada, right? Okay. So now you don't support the Palestinian state. Now they deserve it.
And let me show you the significance of that. See that pipe that goes all the way across there to the tanks? And on top of the tanks, they have piping that is designed to take the tank emissions. It is a vapor recovery unit, and they're routing the tank emissions to the flare, but the flare has been unlit for years. So essentially, the vapor recovery unit is useless. This is an example of how the industry puts on some best available control technology. They check that box, and then they never
follow up, and they never have to,
it,
and they're never punished for it,
or make sure it's working, or any of that. So it's just a joke. The joke.
Okay, Watcher. So could you do me a favor then and acknowledge the decades-long history of violence that Israel has perpetuated against the Palestinians? Could you go ahead and do that for me, just to shut me up then?
Is on us, folks.
For you, it's either Israel or at fault. Is there any farmer race or hatred and Palestinian issues? Dying with no air support. Oh, wow, this chat's a mess. Guys, we're actually talking about the United States. So get this. The Army is now doing Fortnite tournaments. Unsponsored Fortnite. So Fortnite is not sponsoring this. Epic is not sponsoring this. Methane rather than the exhaust gas from it being burned for energy recovery. I'm just going to take that person's person who somehow has access to a $130,000 camera, which, by the way, was confirmed in the chat. People were skeptical about that. I'm just going to go ahead and take their... You go ahead and follow up. Prove them wrong, Zeoduke. It's all perfectly innocent. Yeah. Pro-Palestinian. Now fuck them, right? Every man, woman, and child. Every mother and suckling. Right? They're just Amalek. Fuck them up, right? Yeah, watch her. Let me. Do you claim to be a leftist? Do you claim to be a progressive, having those opinions? I bet you do. Yeah, sleepy, because that's what I'm saying. All right, guys. I'm actually done arguing with bad actors. Think I've had my fill. So thank you so much, Sleepy. That's been a lot of fun. A lot of fun talking to you. Let's see here. Like I said, let's go ahead and get rid of you too. Bye-bye. Been so much fun. Okay, I'll probably have to ban that other fella too, but we'll give him a chance. Bye-bye, Sleepy. Good try. Guys, did you know ethnic cleansing is a good thing now? After that discussion, I've come to the conclusion that there's just no choice. They just have no choice, guys. Anyway, Army is partnering with famous YouTubers to do Fortnite tournaments, hoping to boost Gen Z recruitment. Operation Belong, created on Fortnite. It's not officially sponsored. British Army recruiters will be hosting a Fortnite session via a Twitch live stream involving famous YouTubers in an attempt to get more gamers and young people to join up. Now, if you're a gamer, this is nothing new. The United States has been funding and producing a series of games called America's Army for quite some time. It's basically a Call of Duty clone. It's been around for quite a while, actually, since the old PlayStation 2 era, I believe. I know the Xbox. Yeah, the original Xbox. I think I have the first. I think I have America's Army 1 or 2 or something for the Xbox. But this is the logo. But yeah, so this is something the United States has been doing for quite some time. Yeah, woke patriot, 100% true. Present company included. Boy, my ass on the obstacle course would be an embarrassment. They need more drone operator. So this is just an extension of that effort. I'm curious to see if Epic, the owners of Fortnite, just restart. Yeah, exactly. Just respawn. But I'm curious to see if the creators of Fortnite are going to come out and say anything about this, try to stop this, send out a cease and desist. British YouTuber, musician, Young Philly. He's doing it. Big promotion. You belong here. Oh. If the military approaches you, just say no. I don't want to die in your stupid Iran war. Yeah. Typer, I agree. I have a young family member who is joining the military medical unit. And I told him, I don't think you're making the right choice, man. With that said, though, he's doing the medical path. So yeah, maybe he won't get his legs blown off in some fucking foreign war. Who knows? Who knows? If I was joining the military right now, though, I'd be very worried about being a soldier in Donald Trump's army. You know what I mean? Watch that dumb movie, probably. Zoomers watch a lot of movies. When you got an army to fill, unemployment is actually an asset. Absolutely. Yeah. Poverty, unemployment, low job prospects, low education scores. Great for the military. Great for the military. All right, just wanted to, bring that up. It's happening. It's still happening. This is a British attempt. This isn't a U.S. attempt, but, watch your kids. Watch out for your kids. The government wants to turn them into killers. Wanted to single out this hero who left the earth far too soon. Headline here, viral. Yeah, no, I knew I was going to have to ban this guy. It's all justified. You got it after October 7th. It's all justified. It completely annihilate the entire Palestinian state. And the entire world is going to see you as heroes and victims. Yeah. Did not want to kill all the Palestinians. They would already be dead. Now you can ban me because you don't like my opinion. Yeah, I agree. I don't like people who support ethnic cleansing genocide campaigns. It's true. Yeah, I do ban people that support ethnic cleansing and genocide in my chat. I do. Call me an anti-Semite all day.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic
But
remarks.
yeah, people who unapologetically support the complete destruction of an entire country. Yeah, you bet. Yeah. Bye-bye. You betcha. Do we honestly think this person had friends that died on October 7th as well? Because we see that every time. Right, we see that every time. Oh, I know my family member died in the kibbutz and the festival. I personally was affected by it, and so my opinion that the Palestinians should be completely eradicated is fully justified. It's so tiring. It's so tiring. The Howard Zinn showed everybody that no matter how hard empires try, no matter how slick and consistent and expensive the propaganda, the truth always comes through. And Howard Zinn wrote The People's History of the United States to show that there is a complete alternate history to the formation of the United States. And it's the same thing with Israel. No amount of finger pointing and you're an anti-Semite is going to erase what the crimes that the Israeli government is perpetuating against the Palestinian people. The world will always remember that. Demo. Yeah, I think we're going to give you a timeout, buddy. Boy, a lot of people here. I'm really having a hard time keeping in my chat. Uh-oh, do I have a ban appeal? Oh, I thought I had a ban appeal. Those are always fun to read. No, back to a very important person, 38 Spartans. Thank you, everybody, for viewing. Ban me next. Hero right here. Listen to this headline. Viral. Dedicated teacher graded students' assignments from hospital bed before passing away. And this is really something else. In a poignant demonstration of unwavering commitment, a teacher's final act before succumbing to illness was ensuring his students' assignments were graded. Sandra Venegas captured the heart-wrenching scene in a photograph depicting her father diligently working from his hospital bed. Hey, he's back. He's back. I don't support Israel, but I don't support Hamas. Now let me tell you why I support Israel and their campaign of genocide against the Palestinians, right? I haven't even read it, but let's get to it. I don't support Israel, but I also don't support Hamas, and that's why we should fully support Israel. Let's see what he says. The funding Hamas, yeah. So we gotta cut off all the funding for Palestinian civilians because all of it just goes to Hamas anyway. So let kids starve. That's justified. Gotta have it's common sense. 1 + 1 = 2 here, guys. Healthcare. Instead, it created rockets and tunnels. That's Hamas took every piece of aid, everything, took it all away from the Palestinians. So we should punish the starving Palestinians with bombs and destruction, right? Because Hamas took it all. Oh, no. Actually, no. The Palestinian civilians, they all agree with Hamas. They're all Hamas fans. Men, women, children, 1-year-old to 100 years old. They 100% support Hamas. I know that. How do I know that? Guts. My guts. I don't support what Israel is doing one bit, but there's no denying the fact that Hamas is also very evil. So, yeah, Hamas are bad guys. So you're going to prove how bad Hamas is by committing an October 7th every single day in the Gaza Strip? October 7th was the disgusting act of horrific terrorism. So to show that we're more moral, that we're more strong, that we're above all of that, we're going to commit an October 7th every single day. Leveling whole buildings. I don't know, was a Hamas person in there? Maybe. How many dead people are pulled out of there? Yeah, well, then that's how many Hamas were in there. I don't support Israel, but I carry water for the Israeli status quo every opportunity, and I get offended when anyone challenges that. But I don't like Israel. But what choice do they have, guys? Anyway, back to this absolute hero. In a poignant demonstration of unwavering commitment, diligent working from his hospital bed, despite grappling with his own health crisis, he conscientiously packed his laptop and charger, anticipating a trip to the emergency room. His dedication to his students remained evident as he completed grading each assignment. And imagine being one of these students. Right? Imagine being one of these students. Tragically, the dedicated educator passed away from the following day. Sandra accompanied the viral photo with poignant words, shedding light on the often overlooked extra hours teachers invest in their profession. She emphasized, teachers put in so many extra hours that many don't realize, even during a pandemic, even during a health crisis, teachers worrying about completing their duties. And that is exactly what we see. I mean, look, every teacher in the United States is, because they're not getting compensated. They're not getting paid fairly. You know, they're not getting what they need to do their job properly. Yeah, imagine getting an F, dude. The viral photo elicited responses from netizens who shared their reactions in the comments section. One user urged, teach your kids the importance of respecting teachers. Another expressed concern, stating, some teachers truly aren't recognized or compensated adequately. A third user chimed in, affirming, certainly seems like the teacher students would have cherished. Absolutely. And I agree. Absolute hero, activist hero of the week, of the month. This fella here, name. We have his name? So Sandra, that's his name of his wife, or the daughter. What's the name? What's the guy's name? All about Sandra. I don't know. This fella, this amazing teacher. Yeah, so another guy that's like, hey, I'm just neutral, but Israel is fully justified in its campaign of ethnic cleansing, guys. Yet another comment. I'm not picking a side here, but I'm just carrying water for the right-wing extreme Israeli government. I think all life is equal, except when Hamas does a bad thing. Then you can kill anybody you want. But both sides are bad, guys. I mean, both sides are bad. I'm not gonna sit here and criticize Israel or anything. I'm not gonna push back against their efforts to destroy Hamas. But I'm not picking a side here. I'm not picking a side. I just got two big old jugs of water for the Israeli right-wing extreme government. Killing is bad. War is bad, guys. Didn't you know that? Okay, I'm taking a moral stance. Once again, God, how many times do I got to repeat myself? The solution is for the United States to intervene. And of course, that's not going to happen because the United States is okay with the destruction of the Palestinian state. The only thing that would actually work is the United States intervening directly to Israel and saying, we're not going to give you any more aid unless you actually come to the table with actually good faith negotiating and negotiating a two-state solution. That, of course, will never happen. Because the United States is willing to sacrifice the Palestinian people to have a military satellite in the Middle East whenever they need to start some shit with Iran or any other Middle Eastern country. Trump is the best bet for that to happen. Okay, thank you, honey, so much for your opinion. Golly, you are plugged in. You got that. You got it knocked. You nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. The president that handed over, that said, fuck the Palestinians, that Jerusalem is completely the owner of that Israel is the owner of Jerusalem. No more question. The president that seems gleeful when talking about the elimination of the Palestinian civilians. Yeah, no, he's the guy that's going to create peace in the Middle East, guys. What we need is another extreme right winger who disregards the sanctity of human life. He's the guy that's going to create peace. Technically, annihilating all of Palestine and taking it over is technically eliminating Hamas, guys. COVID is very real. In fact, the new strain of COVID that's been hitting the United States and Canada and all the other places, still very real. Wanted to remind everybody, this is not over. COVID is still real. You should absolutely still get vaccinated. You should absolutely still get your boosters. Here's an example why. Hey, my dad says GFY to all the mask lunatics. What does that mean? Get fucked, you guys? What does that mean? GFY? Her dad says GFY to all those masked lunatics. He says sitting in the ER because he has COVID. Go fuck yourself. Well, you made me who I am today. You taught me to fight for my beliefs, to be strong, and to never quit. I got this, Dad. You're such a much better place now. Can't wait to see you again. So he went from go fuck yourself to 6 feet in the ground. The story. There's additional. She's all over Instagram with this story. She was describing a exchange that she had with a nurse, and people are speculating that the nurse didn't have the heart to tell her that she was, she or likely a family member gave their father COVID. Of course, they're all unvaccinated, right? COVID is very real. It's still very real. Obviously, if you're vaccinated with any of the vaccines, you're doing better than this fellow was. With that said, the variants have not stopped. And for every new variant, it seems the existing vaccines are less effective. Wow. Some really ghoulish pieces of shit in the chat here. It's interesting when you see people talk with such zeal about killing. They kind of they get a thrill. They get like a thrill on the periphery, like they're not doing the killing, but they're advocating for it, and they're carrying water for this genocidal campaign, and it kind of empowers them in a way, right? Scott Ritter would kick my ass. Okay, now we're talking about Scott Ritter. Okay, bye-bye, honey. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Scott Ritter. Scott Ritter, who recently just did a speech for the Cartierites, talking about how the Belarusian government just wants peace with the world. Scott Ritter, huh? Alleged, convicted pedophile, by the way, convicted. But if you were a government that wanted to discredit a journalist, doing the pedophile thing would be a good thing. But it is interesting that he's a convicted pedophile. So anyway, moving on. AOC over here, not really. I guess she didn't have time for another photo op at the border where kids are still being held by the Biden administration. I guess we're not going to do that. But AOC over here showing strong support for unions, doing a sit down with the Starbucks union, which is really great. Hey, militant, why don't you do me a favor and fuck off so I don't have to ban you? That would be really great. Did you do me that big favor, buddy? It'd be really great if you would just fuck off instead of me having to go and clear ban, and then I got to ban. It's a whole thing, you know what I mean? Could you just like make my job easier and just fuck off? You're not sorry. Can you fuck off? That'd be great. Do me a big fave. Yeah? See yourself out the door. Thank you, militant.
How many people on average do you say they would like fly in, like per day?
So she's talking about scabs being flown in by Starbucks corporate. They're not making any money at the Starbucks anymore, right? Because they're literally spending thousands of dollars to fly in people to work in these stores, to work as scabs, right? Because the striking workers, you know, are you know, the Starbucks union are, you know, they're trying to leverage their labor power. Starbucks. Doesn't matter. Profit doesn't matter. You know, let's get the scabs in. This is about defeating unions as a concept. This is about defeating them. This is nothing about saving money, or like we care about our employees and we care about protecting our employees from unions that are exploiting them, and nonsense. This is about busting a union.
Day. They have them staying at 4 separate hotels right now. That's how many people they have. They couldn't even house them at one. So would you say there's like hotels. 10 people? No. I mean like per shift. They sometimes come in groups of 6 to 10. 6 to 10. But right now they've got
6 to 10.
Have people from higher up in corporate flying straight in from Seattle in suits, wearing, you know, Armani, whatever you want.
So this is funny. So she's saying they're so desperate to union bust, they're actually sending in these corporate stooges to work at the store. So they're wearing Armani suits and sweeping up the store like they're, you know, like they're earning minimum wage. No, I'm not anti-LGBT. Fuck you if that's what you think.
Want to say, sweeping our floors, cleaning our toilets, going, look, we care about you. We're here, aren't we?
Oh, we're here.
2 days after we filed.
The most powerful thing that we have is solidarity, right? And the process of busting up and breaking down solidarity is a psychological campaign. That's what they get paid to do, is the psychological specialization of getting you to give up. How many people on average do you...
And that's what it is. It's about busting a union. It's about breaking your back, getting you to give up.
Okay, so this is apparently from the...
Okay, thank you, silly fella eating breakfast cereal. This is going to be me in 10 years, so I can't really judge this guy. So we're starting in the U.S. news, we're starting our neoliberals still have no fucking idea what the fuck they're doing. Davin, absolutely. AOC, not perfect, as I specified, with her performative histrionics, talking about children, you know, getting, kidnapped by the Trump administration, and then seemingly not giving a shit when the Biden administration does it. Yeah, wow. Yeah, Trump is, yeah. Yeah, okay, wow. So not only are you carrying water for the extremist right-wing government of Israel that is perpetuating an ethnic cleansing campaign in the Gaza Strip and also a full-blown apartheid state in the West Bank, you also agree that the most fascistic politician in American history is the correct path for America. Did I get that correct? Israel doing great. Fascistic Trump is the solution to the problem. Okay, just want to make sure. But anyway, just thought I'd show you this video here of this is what the Democratic Party considers effective politicking.
Okay, so this is apparently from the official TikTok account of the Democratic Party of the United States. I couldn't be more proud.
Wow. If I had a nickel for every time I was doomed by a puppet, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right?
I'll let you know if the Republicans retort with the squirrels in my pants.
Pretty pathetic. That's what that's an official Democratic Party post. That's what they're spending money on. And no, I'm not against LGBTQ people. Not at all. No, because I believe in liberty, equity, and equality. And that means for everybody. That means for everybody.
Cases were brought.
With that said, I don't. I'm everyone's asshole. Okay, there's definitely some strategic things that I disagree with when it comes to the LGBTQ movement and how they're, perpetuating some of their messages and whatnot. But in terms of their right to exist, yeah, no, they because that's where we're at right now. Right now we're at the debate of, well, should we pass a law making LGBTQ people illegal? Holy shit! What are you going to hunt them down? Is that what we're going to do? Paddy wagons? Okay. All right, honey. Thank you so much. God, I didn't, I'm convinced now. I'm totally convinced that Israel has no choice but to perpetuate mass violence against the Palestinians. Because that will make peace. Don't get derailed. Thank you, Quick Double Tap. So if you've been on this stream long enough, I'm not a fan of Merrick Garland, who is the Attorney General. The Attorney General basically sets the priority and the agenda. Well, not really. I mean, I guess the Attorney General is more of a standard bearer for the justice system, making sure that justice continues to be blind, criminals continue to be prosecuted, that kind of thing. It's not like the Attorney General's job is to go after the president's political opponents. Of course, once Trump gets in, that will be the job of the Attorney General. But here's the thing. Here's the criticism for Merrick Garland, is that he was put in charge, and then he put Jack Smith in charge of the Trump investigations. Just like with brain fart. Damn it. Got Mueller, just like with Mueller, right? It was a big discussion. Okay, this is it. All the evidence being gathered. Okay, we're finally going to get some convictions. And then right now, Jack Smith is giving me big time Mueller vibes. Okay. That's Fannie Willis. No, but Fannie Willis may have to step down because they've successfully muddied the waters with Fannie Willis and this whole. She had some kind of relationship with some guy in the court, and now it's improprietary, and now it's a conflict of interest. All right, Lanny's, that's fair over there at D Live. Wow, D Live with a sensible opinion. Wow, that's rare. I support the Palestinians. Good, thank you, Lanny. Fannie Willis, is that Bruce Willis's wife? Low blow. I don't even need to show you this video because it's just him making a long bloviating statement that basically says Trump is to the speedy trial is to proceed. We're not going to. It looks like Merrick Garland, in a win for him, is not going to stymie or allow Trump to procedurally slow down or stymie this proceeding. This is good news, because what Trump wants to do is delay it till the end until he's president, and then he's gonna magically make it all go away by installing a corrupt AG. But I just wanted to point this out. Received a speedy trial in election and interference case. So, maybe we'll see some kind of action before the election. We'll see. Babbitts, thank you for that follow. Not sure where I stand on this. Do you think Trump should have a legal right to run? I mean, the law is the law. You know, if the law says you participated in an insurrection and you're not allowed to run, then that law should be applied to you. They're trying to muddy the waters on what is and isn't an insurrection. And I think they've been successful at that. What's poppin'? What is poppin'? Do you think we can ever win? Progressives? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Using my 3-step program to create political change. Step 1, inform yourself. Step 2, join a progressive political organization, union, run for office, put your name down. Step 3, put in the work. Become a political activist. No, Mega Cupid. Never been closer to a 2-state solution than in 2020. Lies. Lies. Not even remotely true. Wow. Straight up. I also lie on the internet. I also just straight up make shit up on the internet. Babbitt, very few people saying January 6th is an insurrection. Yeah, very few people, except for every prominent right-wing talking head right now, worth their weight. Charlie Kirk, Steve Bannon, Sean Hannity, Nick Fuentes. Yeah, so, only a few people. And then, of course, the millions of right-wingers that totally believe that January 6th wasn't an insurrection. I think the disagreement is whether or not Trump was culpable for January 6th or just too much of an ignoramus to stop it. He was culpable. He was being begged. People were begging him, please call the National Guard, and he refused to do it. I think there was some kind of quote or statement about these are my people. Pence had to call in the National Guard because Trump refused to do it. Trump wanted people with guns to come into his speech. Steve Bannon and Nick Fuentes are pretty fringe, huh? Yeah, they're pretty fringe. Yeah, no. Yeah, they're just on the outline. They certainly don't speak for the core of the Republican Party, which they absolutely do. Project 2025 is basically Steve Bannon's entire life. But yeah, no, Steve Bannon doesn't have any sway. Oh, and Nick Fuentes, he's just a racist on the outskirts. He doesn't speak for anybody except Charlie Kirk just did an entire anti-MLK. By the way, did you know MLK was racist against white people campaign a couple days ago? But yeah, no. The Republican Party is just, basically just a lot of, moderates who care about government spending, guys. Yeah. We just want less government, guys. That's why we want to install a dictator. That's why we want to install an authoritarian dictator that'll have control over literally everything in our lives. Because I want government out of my life. Speaking of idiots, Dana Bash over here. I didn't know who I'm talking about, Nikki Haley or Dana Bash. But Dana Bash doing a piss poor job, but, half-assed job. Asking Nikki Haley, how do you feel about your party's frontrunner being found liable for sexual abuse? Liable? You mean guilty? Nikki Haley, first of all, I haven't paid any attention. I have no idea what you're talking about with Trump. I don't even watch TV. I read the Reader's Digest. They don't even do the Reader's Digest. So I'm actually reading Reader's Digest from the 90s. I have no idea what you're talking about. Literally have no idea. All I know is that he's innocent until proven guilty. Oh, shoot. You mean he was found guilty in a court of law of sexually assaulting that journalist, E. Jean Carroll? Not rape, but sexually assaulting? Yeah, guilty of sin. Fake news, deep state. Deep state has it out for Trump. The bias deep state for Trump. Can you vote for me, please? Can you vote for me because I'm kind of like Trump? I'm like Trump with ovaries, but I'm better than Trump somehow. I'm like Trump light with ovaries. I'm better. Yeah, Haley. Give you that vote, girl. I'm unhinged. I have Trump derangement syndrome. That's why. Yeah, when you're a star, they just let you, right? Just like every other never-Trumper I've ever talked to. Now ban me before I destroy you with reality and facts. I don't think I want to, Mega Cupid. You seem like a complete fucking moron. Would you stick around and put more of your comments in my chat? Did you just say destroy me with reality and facts? Motherfucking over here watching way too much Ben Shapiro, dog. Actually, I'm very smart because I know how to talk really fast. You're actually a fully disgraced, never Trumper. Oh, Babbitt. You know, you're fun too. You're fun too. Let's just go ahead. I'll let you stick around. So this comment, I had to point this out. A lot of generalizations. Yeah. Babbitt, you can do better. Get your ass up on Twitch, man. I want to see Babbitt's channel. I want to see Babbitt do political commentary. Way too many oversimplifications over here, guys. Ben runs for president. Never, dog. Never, dog. I'm actually moving out of the United States. I'm leaving this country. But I continue to be a citizen. I continue to pay my taxes, so I continue to have an opinion. In this comment section for that Nikki Haley tweet, come to Vietnam, I definitely will. I got to visit Vietnam. Yeah, I got to visit all those famous sites where the United States Army got its ass kicked. So in the comment section of the Reddit for that tweet, someone pointed out this. I totally forgot about this. This was like a flash in the pan. But during the the Trump administration, he had a ambassador to the Dutch do an interview with the Dutch press, and he got to experience what life outside of the Fox News bubble looks like. And this person is correct. This was a truly epic moment in politics. Seeing a coddled Trump administration official have no idea what to do when the media just does not play along with this, with this access journalism game that he's so used to doing, because in the U.S., we're not talking about that. I don't want to talk about that. I'm going to lie, give a half answer, and you're not allowed to pressure me. You're going to ask me a direct question, and I'll answer with a non sequitur, and we're just going to move on to the next topic. We're not going to, you're not going to call me out for not answering this question, right? We're not going to do that, because if you do that, I'll never do another interview with your news program. You'll never get me again, and that's just how this works. If you want to keep playing this game as a big top dog journalists, well, you got to play this access journalism game, and you got to play nice with me. So that's the game that he's used to playing. Let's take a look at when worlds collide here.
You now reach a conclusion that you were wrong when you stated that politicians and cars were being burned, because you can discuss views, like you said, but not facts.
Quick double tap.
Was that a wrong remark? Was it false?
I issued a statement
saying the exchange with nuclear.
I expressed my regrets and my apology for the comments that I made, and I'm not revisiting the issue.
Yeah, but for what remarks exactly? No, seriously, please. Yeah. This is important. Yeah. For the original remarks, are politicians being burnt in the Netherlands in the past? Is that something you believe? Yes or no?
I'm not revisiting the issue. I've expressed my regrets, and I've expressed an apology.
So you're still sticking to that original remark. You're regretting the newsreel remarks, but not the original remark.
We're going to recall. Yeah. Sorry.
Any example of a Dutch politician who is burned recent years?
So he's desperate to move on. He finally gets another question from a different reporter. He asks him the same exact question.
We go to Bonnie.
Tries to ignore him.
Good morning.
This is not how this works, guys.
This is the Netherlands. You have to answer questions.
Please.
This is not how it works.
We keep answering the questions.
No, you didn't answer mine.
Yeah. Or Ilko's.
Didn't answer his question, didn't answer his question.
If we don't have any further questions, then we can move
on.
No, we do.
So MAGA Cupid, you do realize that Trump is now anti-vax, right? He tried to do I was the president of the vaccination. I saved a lot of lives. That didn't really go over well with all of you dummies. And now he's super anti-vax. You do realize that as you give him credit for rolling out the COVID vaccine, you do. Can you put both those ideas in your head there? Is that possible? More COVID deaths under Biden than Trump? Is that true? Doesn't seem like that makes sense. Well, there you go. 1 million U.S. COVID deaths. There you go, guys. Well, clearly the only option is to install an authoritarian dictator as our king, to completely dismantle our democracy. I think this point right here being made that, there's been more COVID deaths under Biden than Trump. We have no choice. We need to install a dictator. I'm curious, though. I mean, we got no choice, guys. It's a common sense thing, We need a strong man. We need a daddy to come in, save our country 2 years ago. So how Biden and Trump actually compare in coronavirus deaths? Maybe I should do a Snoops. That would be smart. Let me do a Snoops. There you go. Do a Snoops. I don't want to read this whole article. Biden... More COVID deaths on Biden's Snoops. Let's see here. I'm curious. Here we go. Have there been more U.S. COVID deaths under Biden than Trump? Houston Chronicle. I'm pretty sure that's a right wing. More COVID deaths under President Biden than President Trump. U.S. Representative Roger Williams, a Republican from Austin, said. Williams linked this increased level of deaths to Biden and credited the vaccine development to former President Trump's Operation Warp Speed, literally what we're hearing in the chat right now. Federal agency partnership to accelerate the development and distribution of the vaccine. PolitiFact rating true. Data from the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention shows that there were over 60,000 more deaths in 2021 compared to 2020. Well, that is pretty pathetic. That is pretty pathetic. Yeah, Davey, we covered it. Johns Hopkins data used by Williams and many national news outlets also reported more deaths in 2021. That is pretty pathetic for Biden, I have to say. That is absolutely a big L for Biden there. It's certainly not enough to get me to install a fascistic dictator who attempted a coup against our country. Certainly doesn't convince me to do that, but I will admit that this is a big L for Biden. More deaths? More deaths? Trump didn't have a vaccine. There should absolutely be more deaths under Trump than Biden. That really does show the weakness of the Democratic Party, right? Because the attacks against them, like, oh, the masking, against my liberty. It's so funny, dude. We got this Trump supporter in here talking about how Trump was so pro-COVID. Then right when the Biden administration starts, it's all about how the masks are affecting your liberty, and it's a big attack against your liberty, and it's a right-wing position to take the masks off. So now we have the right-wingers taking credit for the lives saved during the Trump administration after they got done with a campaign shaming people for wearing masks and taking the vaccine to prevent COVID. Wow. Wow, man. Yeah, MAGA Cupid. No, I still don't support your fascist dictator, dude. But I will say this is a big fat L for Biden. He's such a coward. Such a coward, because the reason why this has happened, because he reduced the masking. He reduced the vaccine requirements and all that. Oh, my liberty. I have the right to give people COVID if I don't want to get a shot. I spell that right? So in June 20th of 2023, Trump won't say if COVID vaccines work. Oh. Yeah, Babbitt. And here's the vaccine, and here comes the vaccine denialism, right? We gotta have our orange dictator. The vaccine's bad, but the orange dictator deserves credit for the vaccine when that benefits my talking points. But no, just to correct the record, Trump tried to make the vaccines a winning political issue for him. It failed because his supporters are fervently anti-vax, as we see in the chat. Hey, buddy, this isn't your show. I'm so sick and tired of seeing your both of you here. Take a break, both of you guys. You think we want us every 5 milliseconds? We want to see your name and your little quip whatever bullshit you have to say. Calm down, honeys. Over here in 2021, Donald Trump's latest dangerous vaccine pronouncement. Let's see, what did he say? Joe Biden kept talking about how good of a job he's doing on the distribution of the vaccine as developed by Operation Warp Speed. Quite simply, so here he is. He's okay. So back in 2021, he's saying it's all good. Yeah, so he's taking credit for the vaccine in 2021. But then in 2023, not a great thing to talk about as a Republican. I want to give Trump credit, right? But I can't give Trump credit if he's backpedaling, right? I can't give Trump credit while he's, I didn't really mean it with the vaccines. Just thought I'd show you this. Just, you know, sorry for the volume. Yeah, woke patriot. You think this is this Cupid MAGA? Cupid MAGA thinks this is really cool. MAGA Cupid or whatever his name was. Guys, this is cringe. Okay? This is fucking cringe. All right? The reason why you don't see Biden supporters, I guess, you know, there's one example. You know, Pete Davidson has an embarrassing Hillary Clinton tattoo on his body. Because he buys the bullshit that the Clinton, you know, that she was a pioneer in women in politics and Hillary Clinton's so amazing. It's pretty rare, though, to see that. How many times have you seen the MAGA tattoos? The Trump tattoos, a big Trump across your chest. Someone had Trump on his forehead. Someone did a Trump forehead tattoo, folks. This was early on, too. This guy was way before January 6th was Mr. Trump on the forehead. Trump on the neck. Oof. More Trump. Okay, this is not a tattoo. Thank God. Nikki Haley should drop out of the race. Yeah. She's absolutely going to. But yeah. I mean, she's gonna you know, proudly get behind Donald Trump. Just get it over with, Nikki. Who are we kidding here? It's a fucking joke. Any states for which president has the most tattoos in the name? I don't know, Zio Duke. Maybe Kentucky. Build Back Better would take up as much space. Build back and then like Better's over here, so it's like Better. I ran out of space on my forehead. Shut up. I meant stats. I don't know. I do know that tattoos and stupid people go together like peanut butter and jelly, and there does seem to be a lot of Trump tattoos. Got a link from your boy Davey over here. Thank you, Davey, and thank you everyone else that contributed to the Discord. So Senator Tim Scott says that we need a president who will, quote unquote, restore law and order, which is why he's endorsing a man who's facing 91 felonies who was recently found liable by a jury for rape. See, this, not exactly. Sexual assault. Yeah, exactly. Inverted. Embarrassing. Oh, it's embarrassing. Big old Trump on your neck, right? 30 years from now. He's been dead in the grave for fucking 25 years. A big old MAGA. I think the Trump's got the market corner when it comes to stupid. Hey, don't you dare think the neoliberals don't know how to do stupid. What if you change your opinions too? Oh yeah, right. It's like, oh, you're a right winger. You're really into Trump. Yeah, not anymore. My mom died of COVID. Something. My mom was deported. See, it's hard to criticize because Biden deports. But anyway, this is funny. So I mean, the people that are saying this, they're still trying to do the law and order talking point about the Republicans. The party of law and order. They have to accept that all 4 indictments, 4, right? And 91 felonies, that every one of them is motivated by politics, that there's no evidence behind them. You have to believe that literally the entire justice system exclusively, right? They do their job with everybody. They do their job with rapists and murderers and pedophiles and some of the worst people on planet Earth. They do their job. Justice is blind, right? And they proceed with normal trials and courts for those guys. But they hate Donald Trump so much. Every lawyer, every judge, every bit of evidence faked. That's what you have to believe. To believe this law and order canard. Right? You also have to be completely ignorant of January 6th and all the footage of right-wing Trump supporters brutally assaulting police with clubs, with makeshift weapons of many kinds, with bear mace. Have you ever been sprayed with bear mace? Party of law and order. We got to restore law and order. We got to restore law and order by completely decimating the justice system. We got to replace Merrick Garland with a right-wing Trump sycophant immediately. Because we're the party of law and order. I don't even... Come on.
President!
A few seconds of this.
We need a president who will unite our country. We need Donald Trump. We need a president who will protect your...
All right, there you go. That's all you get. You want to watch the rest of that garbage? There's the link. Moving on to the next one here.
The Supreme Court seems...
So earlier I was talking about the Supreme Court. You might have been a little confused when I was setting that up because I was talking they were talking specifically about how the Supreme Court needs to decide whether a president is completely immune to all crimes, therefore making Joe Biden completely immune to all crimes. And of course, if Donald Trump were to lose the election, that Democratic president would be completely innocent of all crimes as long as they're not impeached. Right? I've heard of it, Laney's. I've definitely heard of those things. But there's this other Supreme Court decision. Well, that's great. That's great. We should do another Vietnam deep dive really soon. Yeah, hop on over to the Discord. There's another Supreme Court decision that is literally the most important thing in American life right now. It is a decision, like I said before earlier at the beginning of the stream, it is a decision that will affect the regulations of corporations to prevent them from, putting poison in your food and poison in your water table, all kinds of stuff. It is going to fundamentally change how regulations are done. And what it's going to do is basically change regulations from being created by scientists and people who know what they're talking about and replace those experts with Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley. Okay, and fill in the blank. Right-wing politician, left-wing too, though, if this continues. This will have, if the Supreme Court, and it looks like the Supreme Court is going to do this, this will have dramatic ramifications to your quality of life. Guys, look, the MAGA supporter is posting old news. We're just going to ignore the whole Trump not wanting to talk about vaccines for the last year and a half. I mean, MAGA Cupid, if you go to your own... Okay, I've honestly spent too much time on you. I have a show to finish. Yeah, all right. Thank you, honey. You triggered another liberal. Wow, great job. I'm so triggered. I hate free speech. That's why I banned you. You got another one, man. You really knocked me out of my socks. I'm so fucking triggered. I can't even handle this discussion. So I had to ban you because I just can't handle the realness, the truth. You know, I gotta ban people. That's what I do. When they start spitting the truth in my chat, that's when they go. This 100% Biden shill channel. Biden shill. We love our ice cream. We love our aviators, and we love Biden. 100% partisan politics on the News Underground. That's what we do, folks. Ted Cruz was, can babies be racist? Answer the question. Can babies be racist? There's the funny videos of babies like seeing a black person for the first time. They're all like, ah. It's like, oh no. Right wing's gonna eat that up. All right, folks. I am running out of time, and I think what I'm gonna do here is we're gonna watch this video, and then I'm gonna call it a day, and then we're gonna pick it up tomorrow after work. I know, I'm sorry. I know. But I have like a family. I've been streaming for 5 hours now, and I have a family I have to go take care of. Laws that govern the people have to go because the people. So you're talking about the laws that are convicting Trump of the crimes that he committed. Rate a fellow politics streamer. You can do it. Nah, I'm good. Let's go ahead and watch this video though, because it's a breakdown of this new regulatory regime that we're going to be living under. Talking about the regulations. The ones that prevent companies from putting cancer-causing chemicals into your drinking water. Is that what's preventing you from being successful? If you would be a successful person if we only let companies pollute like crazy? I don't understand it.
The Supreme Court seems to have no problem regulating women's bodies. But when it comes to regulating big business, they may be ready to end 40 years of established law.
Growth, huh? Growth. For whom? For you? Yeah? So Jeff Bezos being allowed to pollute is going to somehow equal more success for you, huh? Are you a millionaire? Do you own a business? Do you own a business do you own a business that currently is being held back by regulations that are preventing you from polluting that would affect your bottom line? I just don't understand why you want to drink poison and why you want to eat plastic and why you want to allow some of the richest, most corrupt men on planet Earth to fuck you raw. Is this some kind of like sex thing? Is that it? You like being abused and exploited by massive corporations that are going to poison your water and your food? Average middle class small business owner. Yeah. So is the average middle class small business owner being held back by regulations that are preventing that small business owner from polluting? Do you think small business owners should be allowed to pollute? You know, put nasty cancer causing chemicals into our water? Do you think that is somehow attacking small business when small business is told, yeah, you're not allowed to dump oil? Like if you run a mechanic shop, right? You're fixing cars. You're not allowed to dump a barrel of oil into the river next to your shop. Is that preventing that small business owner from succeeding? That regulatory rule that says he's not allowed to dump untreated just oil into our water table? Yeah, Babbitt, there is a difference. But here's the thing. The party that you're supporting and carrying water for wants to eliminate all regulations. They're not being nuanced like you are, Mr. Smart Guy. The party that you're carrying water for and supporting wants to eliminate all regulations that would absolutely affect your life. And you want to know how I have proof? It's this video. Why don't you shut the fuck up and pay attention to the people that are exploiting you instead of reflexively carrying water for billionaires that don't give a fuck about you, dude. I love eating plastic. I think this is helping small business. Yeah, I love drinking poison in my water. This is helping small business. You are a fucking idiot, dude.
Let me explain. The court is hearing a pair of cases that could upend federal regulations designed to protect us. At risk is the Biden administration's entire climate agenda, the power of the government to approve and regulate drugs, and even the safety and quality of the food we eat, the water we drink, and the air we breathe. And big corporations are salivating for a ruling that goes their way. So what's putting all of this at risk? It's a challenge to something known as the Chevron doctrine, a legal precedent established by the Supreme Court's ruling in the 1984 case, Chevron versus Natural Resources Defense Council. That case held that whenever any regulation in a law is unclear, it should be up to the federal agencies, not the courts, to interpret and implement it.
I'll totally give this to the Trump supporters. Yeah, Trump was better than Biden on COVID. Biden should have kept the masking policies that Trump installed. Biden should have kept the masking policies that Trump installed. Biden should have kept the vaccine policies that Trump implemented, but he didn't. He softened them, and it looks like the death count was higher. Really, is that what Trump supporters are supporting? That we should return to masking and and common sense vaccine policies? Is that what you're trying to say, A123 and Babbitt? Is that we should return to those Trump-era policies of common sense vaccination and masking? Is that what you're supporting? It isn't, you fucking idiots. You don't know what you support. You're so up this orange dictator's ass, you don't know what to believe, right? Well, the vaccines were good when Trump did it, but I don't like vaccines now because Biden's doing it. You're pathetic. You're so fucking pathetic. I agree. Let's return to proper masking laws that Trump implemented. Let's return to those proper vaccination, common sense vaccination policies that Trump implemented. I agree. Biden should go back to that. Totally.
This makes sense because unlike courts, federal agencies are staffed with scientists, researchers, and engineers, actual experts in the field.
Now, I'm an adult. I don't call politicians the GOAT. Yeah, you're an embarrassing young person. But look, you're still trying to wrap your head around politics. You're over here thinking this is some kind of team sport. You know, I guess you'll have to wait to your late 20s, early 30s before you realize that, wow, I was vociferously defending and supporting a dictator on the internet and making a total fool of myself. I actually called Trump the GOAT one time in a guy's chat, and I kind of reconsidered all of my life decisions. But I didn't tell him that in the chat, of course.
They are regulating. But now a pair of Supreme Court cases challenging the doctrine could shift this power to the courts, stripping federal agencies of this key.
I mean, A123, I disagree, but does that matter? Right? That's the narrative in your head, right? That if Biden acted more like Trump, I would consider him the GOAT. I disagree, but does that really matter? Could you tell me what the difference between a neoliberal and a progressive is? Any one of them, because there's several of them. Could you please, A123, tell me what the difference between how about you tell me what the difference between a communist and a neoliberal Democrat? Could you tell me that? What the difference between a communist, like a real, Marxist, representing communist, what kind of difference they would have with the neoliberal Democrats?
Role of interpreting and implementing our nation's laws.
Trump was one of the worst presidents in American history.
Become the sole interpreters of the nation's laws, a single activist judge, carefully selected by plaintiffs, could invalidate all the regulations of a federal agency charged with protecting the public.
So you hear that? So you see it right there. This entire regulatory body that depends on the opinions of scientists and experts to create laws and regulations that protect you from having cancer-causing chemicals in your water and poisons in your food. All of that is going to go away and replaced with a sycophantic, completely biased, pro-corporate judge who is not a scientist and is going to make these decisions that will absolutely affect your quality of life.
a single activist judge, carefully selected by plaintiffs, could invalidate all the regulations of a federal agency charged with protecting the public. No wonder the big banks, fossil fuel companies, and pharmaceutical giants who hate the power of federal agencies to limit their
From the
profits
Cato organization,
have been trying
guys.
for years to end the Chevron doctrine. And this time, they think...
I routinely go to right-wing funded think tanks for my opinions. I certainly like to post their very carefully curated white policy, you know, their white papers. I like to spread those around the internet as if it's fact. The Cato Institute, guys.
Think they have the votes on the Supreme Court to do it. If agencies are stripped of their power to regulate,
nailed me, buddy.
the big losers will be the American public.
Yeah, I'm so triggered.
We need real
Got
experts
another one.
tackling today's complicated problems.
Triggered.
Not judges who think they know better. We need to see this
so
for what
triggered.
it is, a power grab by corporate interests.
Triggered, and I
allowing
hate free
them
speech.
to shop for judges who will strip federal agencies of their power to protect the public.
Yeah. Remember when that right winger that was, you know, desperately trying to be part of our community here was posting PragerU videos unironically in the Discord? Remember that? Giving me flashbacks to that right there. The Cato Institute, guys. If you don't know what the Cato Institute is, real quick, I'll show you here. Let's see here. Spell institute correctly. I was wondering if Snoops would give me some kind of... Okay. The Cato Institute is an American libertarian think tank headquartered in Washington, D.C., founded in 1977 by Ed Crane, and Charles by Ed Crane, Murray Rothband, and Charles Koch. Okay. Chairman of the board and executive chief officers of Koch Industries. Cato was established to focus on public advocacy, media exposure, and societal influence. It is a think tank that creates policies that right-wing politicians don't even look at and just submit as laws. They put their name on it, submit it as a law. This is my idea. Cato Institute has been steadfast in its attempt to dismantle American democracy, to dismantle regulations, pro-growth policies that involve poisoning our waters and poisoning our food. And this shill, who thinks we're a bunch of fucking idiots, posts Cato Institute white papers in my chat as if this is some kind of unbiased, fact-based opinion. Gee, Clutch Cargo, where could they get their funding from? Who knows? Who knows? I'm sure it's from little old grandmas who just want to spread kisses and love across the world. Libertarian. And of course, the famous quote about libertarians is that they're more akin to house cats. Let's I'm going to butcher it. So let's just... But libertarians are like house cats. Maybe we can get a good quote here. In your own words, how would you describe libertarians? House cats. They are convinced of their fierce independence while utterly dependent on a system they don't appreciate or understand. That is libertarianism to a T. All of these so-called libertarians think they're going to be at the top. They think, yeah, we're going to create this hierarchy based off of wealth and power, and those who have more will be more important. They think they're going to be up top. They never consider the fact that they would likely be, if they got their libertarian paradise, that they would likely be some lower rung slave, basically, working for subsistence wages for the cartels and mafia organizations that would be created in a libertarian paradise where power is going to be consolidated to these individuals that already had it all. They started on third base. Now they're swinging their big dick around for more control. And all of these $30,000 a year I love liberty idiots who think they know what liberty means come in here. Oh, yeah, we just got to remove all the regulations. That's going to make my $40,000 a year job better. Do you think Walmart's going to pay you more if Walmart no longer has to worry about pollution? Oh, wow, we're saving a lot of money. We no longer have to worry about pollution. We got an extra $50 million in the bank. You think that money is going to trickle down to you over there at the cash register? Oh, small businesses, they should be able to pollute just as much as the big guys. Somehow, the inability of small business to pollute is affecting their growth. It has nothing to do with shitty policies that benefit billionaires over regular folks that Republicans love, by the way, and neoliberals too. But no, it's got nothing to do with those pro-corporate, pro-oligarchy policies. It's got everything to do with corporation regulations preventing corporations from being able to pollute. Thank you, Borderline Feline. So yeah, folks, sorry. Today was a lot of fighting with right-wingers. I don't know what, maybe I'll stop doing it. It's so much fun. I'm having too much fun. That's the problem. Why I don't support anarchism or liberalism. If you're an anarchist, I'm sorry. It's just hard to be sold on it because so much can go wrong with it. Yeah, I'm not an anarchist either. I'm a democratic socialist. I believe we should fix the problems of capitalism with socialist reforms. We should continue bolting together capitalism and socialism until we've created a new ism. Now, I know that the democratic socialist, that's probably not the democratic socialist platform, but that's my platform. Is that if there's an inadequacy in capitalism, there's usually a solution with socialism. And those... Yeah, but I'm not a Marxist. That's right. Yeah, because there's actually a difference between Marxism, like full-blown Marxism, and democratic socialism. Believe it or not, honey. Believe it or not. Yeah. No, there actually is a massive difference. Yeah, you're the one that looks fucking stupid, actually. Aren't those the same thing? No. Whoop. Didn't I tell you to fuck off? I tell you to fuck off, you say, okay, you don't say anything for an hour, and then the first thing you say is some stupid bullshit. Embarrassing. But no, we need to keep bolting together socialism and capitalism, right? So here's a great example. The reason why I say we need to do this is because we're already doing it. Cato's biggest contributors: FedEx, Google, CME Banks, Whole Foods, Big Tobacco. Small businesses. Said to make sure you're not a Marxist. Maybe you should figure out what that means first before you start weeding them out of your life. Do you know the difference between Marx and Trotsky? I almost know that, but that's pretty important. Like how they interpret socialism. Maybe what's more important is the difference between Lenin and Trotsky, not Marx and Trotsky. It's really more about the difference between Lenin and Trotsky. Yeah, a lot of Nazis refer to themselves as socialist as well, right? It's a term that's thrown around quite a bit. Quite a bit. But if you want to put me into a box, the appropriate one would be democratic socialist. I believe in the people's ability to implement socialism democratically where they see fit. I believe that path would not lead to the elimination of capitalism, but it would lead to the heavy regulation of capitalism, which would be a great thing for humanity. Socialism is owning the means of production. Basically, it is basically having the ability to bargain and leverage your power as a worker to live a better life, right? So that means you're telling your government, I want my company to treat me this way, I want my company to do this, I want my company to do that. Or in the case of a communal work situation, you are taking control directly as an employee. You are in an ownership contract with your company. Yeah, basically Bernie Sanders, but there's a lot I disagree with Bernie Sanders as well in terms of his support of Israel, his acquiescence to the military-industrial complex, even though he's happy to criticize it, but at the end of the day, his voting record says something slightly different. Yeah, imagine not wanting progress, right? Capitalists have told me to adapt to technocratic fascism or die. The ends justify the means. What is the ends in that case? Slavery. So Marx used the term communism and socialism interchangeably. Here's the thing, I have a lot of disagreements with Marx about, because it's the extremists we have to worry about, right? It's the people that are saying, oh, the solution is all capitalism and we just need more. We need capitalistic anarchy, right? Anarcho-capitalists, right? With full-blown everything sold and bought and sold on the market. And then you get these lefties over here saying, oh no, the solution is a full 180 from that. We need full communal living, communist style. Government owns, literally everything. Your house and your job is meted out by your government, and everything's handed out and everything's centralized. Both of those positions are totally fucking wrong. But we have great ideas in capitalism and we have great ideas in socialism. There are great ideas in these extremes. So what we need to do is what we have been doing inadvertently, right? You talk to your average American who votes for the police to be funded by their state, by their government. Oh, are you a socialist because you support the state funding the police? No. They don't perceive these things as socialist, even though they are. It's been a natural process of bolting capitalism with socialism. We have the private firefighters didn't work. A firefighting subscription didn't work. We needed to socialize that. Okay? Baby clothes probably shouldn't be made by the government, right? Yeah, we got blue and we got pink. There's literally one style. That's it. So baby clothes, probably there shouldn't be the socialism shouldn't take over the production of baby clothes. We can let capitalism handle that. We continue to hybridize these systems until eventually it'll create a whole new ism. Yeah. No, the government, we've seen what government-funded video games look like with America's Army, right? We've seen that. We know what government-funded video games look like, and it looks like generic crap. With that said, the America's Army is a fun game. It's a Call of Duty ripoff. It's free. But, this would be the only video game, right? The government put out 2 video games 6 years ago, and we're all still enjoying it. We're all still playing it. What you need to be careful of are the people like what we saw in the chat, right? Oh, what we need is Trump. We need Trump 100%, full-blown authoritarianism. We need a daddy. We need a big dog to come in, run our lives. Vivek Ramaswamy talking about how we need to eliminate eliminate the deep state by eliminating all the federal agencies, right? All the people keeping our government running. Get rid of all of them. Replace them with sycophants. You support corporatism. Wow. How do those boots taste? I have never seen that in the chat before. You support corporatism. You want to pay tax. So when you get on the road to go to work, You want a bill for like $2 because of the time that you spent on the road. Do you want to pay for every minute of TV that you watch? Public or private? Yes. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. Military Pagan, thank you so much for your opinions. Just going to go ahead and ban you before I leave. Okay. All righty. Thank you so much for your opinions. Really, really good stuff. Really good stuff. I'm obviously joking. Batman and Trump sharing shocking similarities. Both multi-billionaires. I'm not going to take anything that a person who calls themselves a fascist communist. I guess that's a joke, right? From the right-wingers who say it's the same thing. Is that what you're trying to do? Or are you proudly... You're like, no, I think we should, like, by force, I'm going to stick a gun in your face and force you to be communist. Is that what you're saying? I can't get rid of these people. I get rid of one and another one shows up. What's the difference between full-blown communism and, you know, some, like, democratic socialism? What's the difference? Isn't this crazy, Davin? Where people think Trump is the second coming. Yes, I was going to show it, but I'm running out of time. You think it's probably the same person? Yeah, probably. Better organized. All right, well, this has been a lot of fun. We'll be picking it up tomorrow after work. Just going to be picking up where we left off here. Maybe some new tidbits here, but I'm just out of time, man. 5 hours of news. I don't have enough time to cover all this. And I apologize to Chem Goblin because I did not get into... So it'll be like 5 or 6. You can watch the VOD, Chem Goblin. You can watch the VOD. But I apologize to Chem Goblin because I have a massive Ukraine news segment here that I just don't have time to get to today. So I'm sorry about that. We're not forgetting Ukraine. We absolutely still support Ukraine in their fight against the Russian invasion. Big props to Borderline Feline, Chem Goblin, Clutch Cargo, ya boy Lenny, ya boy Davey, ya boy Woke Patriot. All right. OG's in the chat for life. Ponder Monkey, thank you for coming back. Big props to you, Ponder Monkey. Davin, big props to you, Davin. New viewer over there on D-Live, Laney's. Over there at Vietnam, thank you so much. Lovely chat over there at D-Live. Later, skaters. Big props to all you lurkers. Big props to all you people watching, enjoying my bloviating and getting triggered by right-wingers. Inverted Mystic, thank you for coming in. Clutch Cargo, thank you for coming in. Quick double tap. Never forget, brother. Interesting comments from Never Forget, brother. I don't know where you're at, man. Yeah, there he is. Ah, there he is. Just couldn't handle the facts. Just couldn't handle the facts. Oh. The only solution is we need a dictator, guys. How you doing, Dundee man? Dundee. Is that an H3 reference? Big props to all you viewers, all you lurkers. Big props to all the right-wingers who keep getting that view count nice and high, getting getting the activity in the chat going. Penis Spud Day. Okay. Big props to Zeo Dude. A lot of chatters. You guys rock. You guys rock. Poker Face. Thank you for coming back. Poker Face. And N Typer over here. Thank you, N Typer, for all of your contributions. And everyone else who contributed to the chat. Thank you so much. Folks, peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. I am Abandoned Nihilism, brought to you by Garbage Fuel. Fuck them haters. Them haters can S the D. The News Underground, man. That's how we hold it down. Let's Going down. #1 news program on Twitch. Most informative news program on Twitch. It's going down. Thank you for that follow, Inverted Mystic. Peace out.